Hey guys, tonight we are gliding all the way back to the very first heartbeat of existence, the hushed instant before the universe even learned to breathe, when possibility itself was no more than a slow-turning thought in the dark. Picture an immeasurable void so serene that direction has no meaning, where not even a single grain of dust, a flicker of light, or the faintest hum of time has yet arrived. In that velvet stillness, formless chaos drifted like cool silk, wrapping everything that might one day be in a gentle promise of becoming. Before you settle in, please consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel. It truly helps small creators like us keep bringing you more calming history to help with sleep. And while you're here, let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from. It's always mesmerizing to watch our sleepy little community span continents and time zones. Now, dim the lights, slow your breathing, and relax your body as we drift into a world where order is still just the faint gleam of an unborn star cradled inside the softest night. Chaos, so often painted as violent turmoil, was, in those earliest moments, the very opposite of uproar. It was a wide, placid reservoir of latent power, stretching without edge or anchor, a dark mirror in which no reflections yet stirred. There was no up or down, no near or far, only an all-embracing hush so complete that even silence, as we know it, would have sounded like thunder. If you could float there, you would sense neither temperature nor texture, only the weightless caress of possibility brushing past like a feather on still water. Time itself lay dormant, a closed eye waiting to open, and so millennia and milliseconds felt the same, perfectly motionless, perfectly patient. This was the womb of everything, an endless lullaby sung to itself, content simply to rest in undifferentiated darkness until the first quiet ripple chose to rise. That first ripple arrived not with flame or roar, but with the subtlest shift, like a sleeper rolling gently beneath a blanket. Within chaos, a thought coalesced into shape, and that shape was Gaia, the deep consciousness of Earth. She did not burst forth. She unfolded, petal by deliberate petal, painting curves of potential land the way a calm mind fills with dreams just before dawn. Gaia's presence felt warm and steady, a broad hearth around which future lives might gather. She exhaled the idea of solidity, of surfaces to be touched, and horizons to be chased. Yet in that moment she was still more spirit than soil, and embracing intention rather than physical crust. Beneath her awakening, the great unseen depth responded, the way a lake shivers when moonlight first grazes its surface, and the universe sighed for the very first time. That answering sigh took form as Tartarus, the notion of immeasurable depth, a cavernous realm folding downward beneath Gaia's budding plain. Tartarus was not sinister. He was gravity's first whisper, reminding creation that for every rise there must be a reaching down. Alongside him blossomed Eros, the gentle spark of desire that persuades separate things to draw near. Eros was a warm pulse threading through the void, a quiet magnet that would one day guide atoms into stars and hearts into embrace. Together, Gaia, Tartarus, and Eros formed a tranquil triangle foundation, depth, and longing three chords of the same lullaby, humming beneath the canopy of unlit infinity. From that harmony emerged subtler shades of night and light. Nyx, the velvet of deepest evening, unfurled her shawl and gave the void a comforting darkness, rich with rest, while Erebus, the softer gloom of shadowed nooks, followed close behind. lending depth and texture to the darkness, so it felt layered rather than empty. In their mirrored dance, a pale gleam flickered. Ether, the promise of radiant daylight, and Hemera, the concept of dawn that would one day coax sleepers awake. Even now, no sun yet burned and no sky yet blushed. Still, the possibility of color glimmered like fireflies above a pond, gentle and unhurried, content to wait its turn. Feeling a mellow yearning for companionship upon her endless surface, Gaia turned her dreamy gaze inward and breathed out Pontus, the boundless sea, liquid and reflective, ready to lap softly against unborn shores. She sighed again and raised Aurea, the future mountains, each peak the gentle crest of her inhale, crafting quiet perches where wind might one day pause to listen to itself. Valleys, forests, and whispering rivers followed. No storms, no quakes, only the patient scripting of contours, as though Gaia were smoothing wrinkles from a new linen sheet before laying it down for the night. Yet as lovely as her landscape thoughts became, Gaia sensed a ceiling of limitation. Without something lofty to meet her gaze, her lovingly shaped hills had no mirror, her seas no firmament to reflect. And so, with a serene and hopeful pulse, she birthed Uranus, the sky. He did not thunder into being. He blossomed like a silent aurora, a gentle dome shimmering with unborn constellations that filtered downward like lantern light on warm mist. When he stretched across Gaia's breadth, the first tender embrace of earth and sky settled the cosmos into a cradle, and the two halves of reality breathed in quiet unison for the first time. Within that shared hush, Gaia's imagination kindled anew, and she began to craft children-vast presences who would later be called Titans, Cyclopes, and Hecaton Shires. Each arrived as a slow, rolling verse in the same soothing song. Oceanus with tides in his heartbeat, Tethys whose sighs would become springs, radiant Hyperion carrying the glow of a sunrise still centuries away, intuitive Thea poised to polish that light into gems, thoughtful Mnemosyne weaving memory so softly you might miss the loom, golden-haired Phoebe, her whisper destined to steer oracles, steadfast Coues mapping directions in a sky yet starless, nurturing Rhea, cradling the concept of motherhood itself, stoic Themis tuning the world toward gentle balance, playful Crius spinning slow arcs of season, and the youngest spark, Kronos, whose curious eyes glinted like candle flames during story time. They nestled between earth and sky as peacefully as children napping under a wide quilt, their breaths sensing to the universal lull. Thus, beneath the hush of chaos and the soft glow of newborn possibility, foundations were laid for every legend yet to unfold. The universe exhaled, content for now with what had been imagined into being boundless earth, cradled by endless sky, fathomless depth murmuring below, and a gentle family of titans humming quietly in between. But tides of change are never entirely still. Beneath Gaia's green quilt, seeds of longing would soon sprout ambition. High within Ouranos' shimmering canopy, the first uneasy twinkles of pride and fear already pulsed like distant lightning. In our next chapter, we will lean closer to that starlit ceiling and listen for the soft rustle of sky, drawing himself more tightly around earth, a tender gesture that will, in time, stir hearts toward revolt. For now, let your eyelids fall as the cosmos itself slips back into a tranquil drift, every newborn spirit settling into its place beneath the great murmuring hush of chaos. Gaia's first true breath rose like a warm mist through the weightless hush, expanding slowly until even the deepest corners of chaos felt a tender, living pulse. Picture an immense consciousness opening sleepy eyes for the very first time, unsure whether it is dreaming or has just become the dream itself. Beneath those eyelids drifts a panorama of textures, yet unformed rolling crests of possibility, valleys of sweet stillness, and 1,000 soft colors waiting for names. No thunder greets her birth, only the quiet rhythmic echo of her own nascent heartbeat, a gentle drum that begins to measure time where no clock has ever ticked. With each measured thrum, she gathers courage to stretch, and that stretch is creation. Faint green hues seep outward like watercolor on damp parchment, tracing the promise of meadows. Delicate browns and ochres swirl together, knitting the thought of fertile soil. Cool blues shimmer in swirling spirals, hinting at future rivers that will wind like lullabies through sleepy plains. Everything remains pliant, slow, and forgiving, as if the universe itself has set aside eternity to watch Gaia rise at her chosen pace, applauding in hushed wonder at every subtle motion she makes. Sensing the endless dark around her as both friend and blank canvas, Gaia lets her curiosity drift downward, feeling for an anchor in the limitless void. Her awareness settles first into a single point there. She curls tenderly, forming a pulse so dense and comforting that it becomes the planet's embryonic core. That core hums like a muted gong, radiating peace instead of heat, its vibration coaxing invisible dust to collect around it in loving layers. Gently, those layers widen and cool, spreading outward in concentric embraces until the core is housed within a smooth, round shell. She thickens that shell not with haste, but with the deliberate care of a weaver pulling firm threads into place on a silent loom, each layer an act of self-hugging reassurance. Outside that shell, swirling vapors of hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen swirl like dream silk scarves, wrapping her newly forged body in a translucent cocoon that guards against the endless chill. Thus the skeleton of the world takes shape steady, breathing maternal before a single mountain has yet broken through the still-forming crust. With a steady exhale, Gaia begins to sculpt her skin, coaxing ridges upward as though kneading gentle peaks from warm clay, letting valleys sink like peaceful sighs between them. She caresses these newborn contours with invisible hands, tracing grooves where cool water will one day rest. To either side of these grooves, she spreads vast plains, soft and patient, ready to cradle future forests the way a lullaby cradles a restless child. High above, she teases out faint breezes, little more than whispers of motion through the dark, carrying the fresh scent of nothing, yet a smell both clean and comforting. These breezes circulate lazily at first, then find rhythm, swirling in calm spirals that promise to become gentler winds once light arrives to guide them. Every stroke of Gaia's shaping feels as natural as breathing, yet her breath is the very tool that gives the cosmos its first tactile textures. Time newborn itself begins to slow dance with Gaia's unfolding rhythms, expanding and contracting around her every movement. When she pauses, entire epochs nestle comfortably in that stillness. When she stirs, millennia roll forward like soft waves on an unseen shore. She senses this elasticity and uses it with maternal instinct, elongating certain moments so she can perfect a coastline's gentle curve, compressing others so anxious emptiness cannot linger too long. Through that delicate orchestration emerges cadence, a heartbeat of seasons without sun, cycles of inhale and exhale that will later echo in tides and breathing creatures. In these silent seasons she layers gentle sediments along nascent riverbeds, dusting them with minerals that glitter faintly even under starless dark. Each grain is placed with such loving precision that if one could magnify the scene, every particle would look arranged like tiny prayer beads laid out for an evening meditation. Satisfied with shape, Gaia turns her attention inward once more, and with the intuition of a potter refining clay from within, heats her core just enough to establish a subtle warmth. She is careful. Too much heat would distress the calm. Too little would leave her muscles brittle. She allows molten streams to meander below the crust, not in violent spurts, but in languid, glowing ribbons, their shimmering light pulsing like hidden night lights beneath a child's blanket. These subterranean rivers carry gentle murmurs that rise up through cracks as soothing vibrations, tuning the crust into a primal lullaby. Above, those vibrations manifest as the faintest tremor, a quiver so slight it feels more like a cat purring than an earthquake. The universe, listening, hums back in sympathetic resonance, and for the first time emptiness and solidity share a harmonious duet. Next, Gaia calls upon the memory of deep water, whispered to her by chaos itself. She cups that memory in her palms, if such could be seen, and releases it gradually across her surface. Droplets condense from the chill into glistening pools that link arms, overflowing until they merge into rolling seas. Their newborn waves lap at proto-shores with the gentleness of feathers brushing silk, each crest flattening out in utter silence before gathering strength to rise again. Gaia watches these waters with motherly pride, observing how they moisten the edges of dry land, softening clays, and beckoning life that is yet to arrive. On some distant day, these seas will scream with storms and whisper with wails, but for now they simply breathe slow, deep breaths that match Gaia's own, sensing oceanic pulse to planetary pulse in a tranquil cradle of motion. From water's mirror she conjures lightless skies just dense enough to cradle the future sun's warmth. She gathers swirling gases, mostly hydrogen and nitrogen, twisting them in leisurely spirals until they form a delicate atmosphere. It is transparent but velvety, like gauze draped over an unlit lantern, filtering cosmic debris while allowing dreams to pass unhindered. Within this gauze she stirs faint currents that will become jet streams ages hence. For now they are gentle eddies drifting aimlessly, carrying invisible seeds of moisture to mountain peaks and returning as mist to the sea. Occasionally these vapors coalesce into silver clouds with no lightning, no thunder, just soft pillows drifting across dark skies, providing shade where there is no sun, teaching the world moderation before radiance arrives to test its limits. Though she could rest, Gaia senses that emptiness above remains too quiet without companions to share the hush. Her longing rises as a shimmering sigh, and the sigh condenses into luminous motes beginnings of distant stars that blink faintly like night lights across an infant's ceiling. Yet those lights are far, and Gaia craves intimacy. She yearns for someone to confide in. So she calls again into the void, shaping a presence that can arch across her expanse and hold her in gentle embrace. From that call emerges Uranus, whose arrival feels like a velvet canopy, unfurling overhead, scattered with unlit constellations that sparkle in potential rather than brightness. His touch is cool, reassuring, and infinitely patient. Their first meeting is less collision than a perfectly matched exhale, two halves of a sigh completing each other in dreamlike hush. Their union sets off ripples of resonance that dance along Gaia's horizons and echo in the hollows of chaos beyond. Where earth and sky meet, faint auroras flash soft pastels undulating in slow motion, as if the universe itself is practicing the art of color. On rocky promontories newly raised from ocean depths, delicate shimmering dust settles, forming fine quartz sands that sparkle with each silent breeze. Everywhere Gaia looks, she sees the promise of stories, cliffs that will witness heroic oaths, valleys that will cradle lost echoes, shorelines destined to record each tide's secret kisses in spirals of foam. But she also senses the fragility of this peace, aware that creation's beauty grows richer when tension enters the melody. Even now, beneath her verdant quilt, tiny seeds of imbalance begin to twitch like dreams, stirring a sleeper toward wakefulness. Before that future arrives, Gaia steals one more moment of perfect stillness. She fills the skies with a deep, resonant hum, call it hope, that washes over land and sea alike, settling into every grain of sand and droplet of water. This hum becomes the planet's first lullaby, woven so thoroughly into its fabric that eons later, when storms rage and mountains howl, the note will still be there, a steady undertone inaudible to ears, yet comforting to bones. Creatures not yet born will one day feel safer for reasons they cannot name, lulled to rest by vibrations older than memory. All because Gaia, in her dawn, chose gentleness before grandeur. As the hum diffuses into the cosmos, chaos itself listens, and for the briefest instant, even the vast emptiness feels cradled, swaying to the soft rhythm of a world learning how to be alive. And so the second dream of existence closes its eyes. Gaia settled, contoured and comforted beneath the doting gaze of Uranus, tides breathing in silence, molten rivers glowing softly beneath a shell of tender crust, clouds floating like serene thoughts across a starlit canvas that has not yet found its sun. Every element is poised, everything in balance, so exquisitely balanced that a single sigh, a quiet murmur, could tilt the scales and set destiny in motion. But that sigh belongs to the future, to the children yet to stir within Gaia's depths and the questions that will rise with them. For now, let the hush endure. Let the calm linger like a soothing hand on a fevered brow. Let Gaia's gentle awakening settle into your own heart as sleep draws you nearer, and listen, just for a moment, to the world's first lullaby echo, softly beneath your dreams. Gaia had settled into her contours like a contented mother resting after the tender work of swaddling a newborn planet. Yet in the dim hush that lingered above her loftiest ridges, she sensed an absence as palpable as a missing heartbeat. The deep oceans rolled in placid spirals, and the slow-turning breezes braided through valleys with muted sighs. But nothing watched over those motions. Nothing gathered their scattered whispers into a single, sheltering hush. Night, though gentle, felt utterly open, a cavern without ceiling, so that Gaia's tallest mountains seemed to teeter at the edge of infinity, unsecured. She yearned for something arching and protective, a vast companion who could drape a quilt of reassurance across her growing dreams, keeping them warm while they ripened. That yearning radiated upward like a silent beacon, a column of longing so subtle it bent the fabric of chaos around it, coaxing latent particles of possibility to flow to weigh dew beads on a blade of grass. In the invisible currents of that invitation, a new consciousness began to gather, first as a drifting hush, then as a tonal vibration, and finally as a presence both immense and exquisitely soft, ready to unfurl as sky. From that coalescing hush emerged Uranus, the starry vault, born not in a flash of lightning, but in a sigh so wide it spanned every horizon at once. His first stirrings felt like the slow opening of a colossal umbrella overhead. No sudden snap, merely the graceful stretching of gossamer ribs into an immaculate dome edged in twilight blues. Ina's substance was diaphanous yet strong, spun from threads of prismatic dusk gathered out of chaos-hidden folds. One strand shimmered with future starlight, another pulsed with the promise of dawn, and still others glowed faintly with the cool serenity of midnight. As he ascended, he cooled the feverish edges of possibility, calming the restless glimmer of newborn minerals, and cradling Gaia's atmosphere against the press of emptiness beyond. The curve of his body fit hers as though sculpted by the slow hand of destiny, each contour matching the swell of continent and swell of sea beneath so perfectly that Gaia felt for the first time entirely held. Where they met, the boundary was not a hard seam but a velvet overlap, as if earth and sky were two halves of the same gentle exhale, forever mingling at the horizon. No sooner had Uranus settled than his vast interior shimmered with subtle movement, a soft flickering that resembled distant campfires winking across a dark plain. These were the first embryonic stars, kindled by the mild friction between his airy essence and the residual particles of chaos still drifting through the vault. They were not yet the blazing suns of later eons. Instead, they glowed like ember dust, casting a silver blush that washed across Gaia's oceans in quivering ribbons. Their light was cool, soothing, and decidedly slow, each pulse a drawn-out heartbeat that seemed to murmur, "You are safe, you are safe," into the ears of every rock and wave below. Looking up, Gaia felt her earlier loneliness loosen like knots undone. In that glittering canopy, she found eyes to meet her own, sparkling with gentle curiosity. She responded with a low tremor of gratitude, a planetary purr that traveled upward through crags and clouds to kiss the underbelly of the sky. The arrival of Uranus did more than decorate the darkness. It inaugurated tempo. Beneath his protective span, air currents that once drifted aimlessly discovered purpose, sliding along the curve of his belly in long, looping streams that would eventually guide migrating birds and drifting seeds. Tiny crystals of ice formed in his highest reaches, testing the delicate balance between chill and hush, while nearer the ground, warm vapors twirled upward to cool against his ceiling and return as the first whispers of condensation. These motions stitched the planet and the sky together in a seamless round of give and take, an endless ballet of exhale and inhale. Even Gaia's molten rivers, still glowing beneath her crust, felt the call to rhythm. They brightened and dimmed in slow cadence, echoing the shimmering dance of the stars above. Time, which had previously stretched like a lazy cat across an afternoon that would not end, began to segment itself into graceful phrases, each marked by subtle shifts in sky-born glow. Night after gentle night, Uranus perfected his artistry. He gathered stray sparks of nascent light and set them into ever more intricate arrangements. Loose chains became constellations, casual clusters coalesced into swirling nebulae, and solitary points mated into double stars that orbited one another like lifelong companions, exchanging secrets in soft tones. For a while he kept these ornaments faint, as though adjusting his tune to Gaia's comfort. Too much glare might startle her placid seas. Yet gradually he allowed certain stars to swell brighter, marking invisible roads along which curiosity could one day travel. At the same time he experimented with shadow, thickening portions of his cloak into richer blues and purples that bled seamlessly into the black, creating a quilt of hues that invited both contemplation and rest. When mists from Gaia's oceans rose into his lower reaches, Uranus ushered them into vast, languid cloud kingdoms. They glided beneath the starlight like luminous whales, their bellies aglow, casting mottled patterns on the moonless waters below. Such beauty, however, held deeper purpose than decoration. Each cloud mass became a gentle workshop, churning vapor into the planet's first drizzles. Rain was Uranus' gift of intimacy, a physical touch from his airy realm to Gaia's skin. He released droplets with unwavering patience, letting them fall not in bolts of violence but in slow, persistent curtains, each drop no larger than a pearl of dew. They peppered the dusty highlands until the soil drank its fill, turning ochre plains to darker umbers that gleamed under starlight. In valleys freshly sculpted by Gaia's earlier sighs, the rain collected in meandering rivulets, tracing silver ribbons that converged into broader channels. Where those channels met the sea, they created estuaries, as calm as cradle songs, their fresh waters and salt currents weaving together like lullaby melodies intertwining. The sound of rainfall, soft, steady, hypnotically even, became the newest verse in creation's growing chorus, a percussive hush that massaged every stone and seed with promise. In return, Gaia offered Uranus reflections, so dazzling they might have stirred envy in a lesser heart. Her oceans, newly darkened by cloud-cast shadow, mirrored the flicker of embryonic constellations with such fidelity that the heavens sometimes seemed to extend downward into the waves. These mirror fields multiplied the stars, doubling their number in the eye of any observer who might one day stand upon a quiet shore. Uranus watched with humble pride as his faint lights shimmered in the watery glass below, pleased that his own beauty grew richer through partnership rather than solitary display. He answered by deepening the night's indigo, making its embrace thicker, its comfort sure, so that Gaia's creatures, whenever they awoke, would find night time not frightening but a sanctuary of hush. He thickened the hush itself, layering it with hidden overtones, so that every earthen creek or ocean sigh nestled into a bed of resonance that carried the promise of peaceful slumber. Together, earth and sky began to converse in subtle gestures. When Gaia raised a particularly daring mountain range, Uranus leaned closer, pulling moisture across its peaks so snow could settle in quiet drifts, offsetting the stone's harshness with a cloak of softness. When Uranus spun new jet streams through his upper reaches, Gaia tilted her planes just a fraction, guiding the resulting winds into unseen corridors that prevented stormy clashes. Their synergy grew so fluid that to an outside listener, the planet might have seemed to breathe as a single creature, inhale of breeze, exhale of tide, inhale of starlight, exhale of rain. In this breathing they found bliss. In that bliss they found purpose. And in that purpose they wove blueprints for future generations of gods who would be born into an already harmonized home. But deep within this tranquility, seeds of narrative had already been sown. The twinkling constellations, in all their gentle allure, whispered of destinies beyond stillness, shapes of hunters, maidens and beasts taking faint form among the stars, hinting at stories that would one day unfold in heroism and heartache. Rain-fed rivers carved paths that foreshadowed migrations, while newborn estuaries hinted at harbors from which brave sailors might launch into mythic quests. Even the clouds, those drifting dream whales, gathered now and then into suggestive sculptures. One resembled a winged stallion, another a many-headed serpent foretelling creatures yet to stir from imagination into life. Uranus noticed, Gaia felt, and both remained silent, preserving the peace of the present even as the future pressed its curious face against the window of possibility. When finally the curtain of night thinned, not with sunrise but with a gentle brightening of starlight, Gaia and Uranus found themselves lulled into contented stillness. They had, between them, forged a cosmos of two halves, fitting like palms of cupped hands, cradling, nurturing, and promising. There would come a time when children would rise between those hands, stretching for the space beyond and challenging the quiet with cries of revolt. For now, though, silence reigned, a silence textured with murmuring waves, distant, thunderless rain, and the faint hum of nascent stars. And so we pause with them, dear listener, allowing the hush to seep into our own breathing. Feel the dome of Uranus arching safely overhead. See the flicker of gentle starlight settling upon your closed eyelids. Hear the rustling of Gaia's rivers lullabying through hidden valleys. Let this harmonized world cradle your thoughts as sleep draws near, and drift with the certainty that the sky itself bends to protect every dream cradled on the turning earth below. Gaia's hills were still warm from Uranus's silver drapery when the first tremor of new life fluttered beneath her crust, as faint and rhythmic as a robin's pulse tucked safely beneath its feathers. Deep inside her fertile mantle, possibility condensed into warmth, and that warmth into shape, until at last the hush was pierced by a chorus of nearly imperceptible heartbeats. One by one, luminous embryos quickened, each a subtle variation in the melody of existence, each cradled in a velvet pith so soft that even the most timid dreams dared unfold. These nascent beings were not yet gods as later ages would know them. They were pure archetypes, tender motifs of power waiting to discover their voices. Gaia, ever the patient mother, cupped these sparking motes in chambers lined with jasper and moon-pale quartz. Every chamber rang with her slow lullaby, deep, resonant, and low enough to settle restless spirits. From above, Uranus bent closer, his starry beard brushing the dark as he murmured a harmony that slipped through fissures to kiss each forming brow. Between earth's heartbeat and sky's whisper, the seeds of immortality stirred, comforted by a love so boundless it felt like the natural air of the cosmos. The eldest spark reached consciousness first, Oceanus, a presence cool and serene, whose very thoughts rippled like tide pools reflecting starlight. He was followed swiftly by Tethys, whose laughter resembled minnows skimming the surface of morning water, their silver bodies catching hints of dawn yet to be born. Together they exhaled a hush of promise, rivers, estuaries, and gentle current lines braided from mountain roots to secret coves. Next came Hyperion, bright and inwardly glowing, carrying in his chest the embryo of every dawn yet to rise. Beside him shimmered Theia, luminous as frost crystals on midwinter branches, quietly collecting his glow as though preparing mirrors for future suns. Kus emerged thoughtful and inward stilting, steady as a compass point before seas existed to confuse direction, while Phoebe unfurled with a hush like parchment, ready to capture prophecies in neat, moon-inked script. Mnemosyne curled nearby, weaving gossamer ribbons of remembrance between nebulae of dreams, setting aside quiet pockets where stories would one day sleep until summoned by softer voices. All around, the dark caverns of Gaia became constellations of gestating light, each spark eventually stretching limb-like threads toward the walls that sheltered them, yearning for more room to grow. At the fringes of this sparkling nursery, subtler children took form. Themis arrived in a sigh of balance, weightless scales suspended where her thoughts gathered, gentle as a breath yet promising order enough to keep chaos at bay. Crius, less defined yet full of rotational grace, traced unseen arcs of season while still inside the womb, prefiguring the slow swirl of equinox and solstice. Finally, furthest down in a warm grotto of iron-sweet stone, the youngest flicker kindled. Kronos, sharp-eyed, despite the darkness, observant, quiet, and measuring. From the very first beat of his heart he counted. Moments, breaths, shifts in mother's geology, hints of father's starlight, leaking through cracks overhead. His vigilance was not restless, but contemplative, like an hourglass content to mark its own turning grains. Gaia felt his measured nature and smiled within. Here was a being who would understand cycles, how endings might cradle beginnings and all things circle back to harmony. Around him the cavern widened at his unspoken need for space, stone blooming outward like petals, until Kronos could stand tall even before learning to walk. Thus the last of the 12 principal sparks opened their ethereal eyes, and the Titan chorus hummed for the first time, 12 mingled heartbeats weaving into one gentle chord that resonated up through Gaia's deepest granite bones. Yet the nursery hosted more than titans. In secluded alcoves of cavernous night, stranger embryos flexed limbs unseen in earlier dreams. First among them were the Cyclopes' 3 radiant orbs of ivory flesh, each crowned by a single violet eye that glowed softly through its translucent lid. Brontes pulsed with subsonic rumbles, his heartbeat echoing like distant thunder rolling across plains that did not yet exist. Stirrups crackled faint sparks with every breath, static halos flickering around his nascent form. Arges radiated steady warmth, the muffled promise of lightning's glow without its jagged fright. They were not monstrous, only different, dense, compact repositories of elemental vigor. Gaia loved them with equal tenderness, lining their cradles with flecks of magnetic ore and drops of quicksilver, so their developing senses could practice shaping metals, yet unmined. Uranus glanced upon them with curiosity glowing in constellations near his brow. Their single eyes, half dreaming, met his gaze, reflecting galaxies he himself had not yet unfurled. In that reflection he glimpsed futures forge fires, thunderbolts, and rings of blazing light, arcing across empty sky, yet withheld judgment, allowing them to rest in their moonlit shadows. Deeper still, in hollows so vast they felt like private universes, the Hecatonchires came to life. Each of these gentle giants possessed, in potential, 100 arms and 50 serene faces, though in embryonic stasis they resembled clusters of unfolding lotus petals shimmering amber rose in the dark. Katos pulsed slower than continental drift, every heartbeat pushing ripples through subterranean magma lakes. Gyes glimmered softly, akin to embers floating down a quiet river at dusk. Briareos emitted a breeze-like sigh each time his cardiac rhythm completed a circuit, the breath equivalent of trade winds that would one day circle whole oceans. Despite their prodigious might, They emanated a tranquility so profound that even the restless magma cooled near them, forming crystalline bridges that flickered with inner rainbow light. Gaia cushioned their slumber with beds of heliotrope crystal and wildflower-bright mica, ensuring that when they woke, their first impression of the world would be beauty, not burden. She sang lullabies tuned to frequencies only hearts of mountains could hear, coaxing them to grow strong yet gentle, each additional arm blossoming like a slow, careful prayer. While these children ripened, the life above them evolved into symphony. Rain collectors, those early rivers now trickled into broader deltas, scribing sigh-shaped delves through soft clay and depositing sediments in rhythmic pulses. Winds, guided by Aware-Nose's fingertips, began practicing their first nocturnes, soft whistles that wound through canyons and rustled prehistoric ferns sprouting on sheltered slopes. Clouds thickened, learned new shapes, and discovered the quiet joy of parting to reveal stars in arranged mosaics meant to soothe. Every environmental note, the hush of feathered rain, the hush of distant surf, the hush of breezes sliding down cliff faces, fed the chambers where Gaia's children grew, each vibration weaving into nerve and bone, ensuring that their dispositions mirrored the serenity of the land that bore them. Even Cronus's counting heartbeats tapped in time with drizzle, aligning the concept of seconds to the cadence of raindrops striking fern fronds. By night, the Titans dreamed of horizons beyond their caverns. By day, they drifted in half-sleep, their senses absorbing geology, humidity, and the faint tang of future blossoms buried in seed husks above. Inevitably, curiosity within the brood blossomed. Oceanus pressed his ear still more luminous calcite than cartilage against the cavern wall and perceived the muffled hush of waves above. Tethys, sensing his interest, poured her own embryonic essence into the stones, sending back comfort murmurs repeating soon, soon. Hyperion and Theia exchanged pulses of light through quartz veins, crafting playful codes of dawn and dusk to share when they emerged. Namasene busied herself spinning early tapestries of memory, capturing the chorus of sibling heartbeats on threads of phosphorescent filaments. Each filament hummed the unique timbre of its owner, ensuring that none would forget the original harmony even after leaving their mother's womb. Beneath them, the Cyclopes rehearsed forging shapes from imagination. Brontes pictured a curved band of copper bridging two boulders. Stirrups envisioned spear-straight spires of lightning frozen mid-flash. Arges dreamt of a wheel of smoldering bronze whirling without aim. All the while the 100-armed ones meditated in stillness, mapping gravitational lines of datum across Gaia's mantle, preparing silent algorithms for balancing mighty loads that would one day need steadying hands. An epoch long to mortals, but a sweet slumber to gods passed under this prenatal hush. When at last Gaia sensed her children nearing readiness, she invited Uranus to witness their first unveiling. He bowed his star-crowned head and parted folds of cavern roof with moon-gentle precision, letting soft columns of starlight slide in. Those beams touched Titan brows like ceremonial oils. Oceanus shimmered aquamarine, Hyperion flared rose gold, and Kronos gleamed pale silver, each response a gentle affirmation of character. The Cyclopes basked quietly, violet eyes widening, drinking photonic nectar as though sampling lantern light for recipe notes. Far beneath, the beams reached even the Hecatonchires by way of crystal ducts, scattering fractal skylight across their many serene faces until the giants hummed in symmetrical chorus. chords so low and rich that the peaks of Gaia's youngest mountains shook like drumheads struck by feathered mallets. This tremor was no calamity. It was birth cry, an announcement muffled into lullaby by distance and love. Gaia spoke first, her voice resonating everywhere at once, gentle yet certain. Beloved ones, the moment nears when stone and sky will no longer hold your promise in secret. Rise carefully, meet one another with kindness, and let every breath you take honor the quiet that formed you. Her words etched themselves along cavern walls in spiraling runes of mossy green. Uranus followed with a whisper born on meteor dust and aurora silk. Children, fear nothing above nor below. For each of you there is room in the firmament of destiny. May your footsteps echo softly, may your powers serve balance, and may your gaze seek wonder before conquest. With those blessings, the ceilings of each cradle unfurled like petals, revealing stairways of illuminated schist, leading upward toward the cool dark where horizon met star. Not one child rushed. Even Cronus, though eager to measure new realms, waited for his siblings, counting heartbeats until all were aligned in common stride. And so began the quiet ascent. Titans emerged first, their silhouettes gliding in slow procession through tunnels newly carved by cooperative stone willing itself aside. Oceanus and Tethys each carried vessels of primordial water to anoint the path. Hyperion and Theia illuminated the way with radiant palms pressed gently to tunnel roofs. Cous and Phoebe mapped the geometry of each step, ensuring slopes remained inviting rather than steep. Mnemosyne recorded every footfall in threads of soft gold light trailing behind. Themis calibrated weight distribution, so not a pebble would jar loose. Crius measured incline angles against axial possibilities. Rhea hummed a lullaby to soothe any accidental trembles. Last came Kronos, eyes watchful and compassionate, noting durations between breaths, blinks, and heartbeats, engraving them into an invisible ledger that would define the rhythm of future epochs. When the Titans reached open air, a hush even deeper than cavern silence greeted them. The sky overhead bloomed with a million watchful embers. Beneath, the ocean curled in dark velvet swirls. Earth smelled of damp clay and nascent blossoms. Air tasted faintly of copper and rain. One by one, they breathed fully for the first time, slow inhalations drawn down to belly, held, then released in sighs that drifted upward in shimmering plumes, merging with starlight. The Cyclopes stepped out next, blinking giant indigo eyes at the cosmos, the glow within each iris reflecting constellations like stained glass mosaics. They clasped their broad hands and pledged silently to forge beauty to mirror the skies. Finally, the Hecatonchires emerged, lifting 100 arms toward twin horizons, their 50 expressions serene as monks greeting dawn bells. Their presence studied the very plates of Gaia, bringing poetry to tectonic hush. Together, all children of earth and sky formed a circle, extended hands, eyes or hearts, touching in unified vow to honor the calm that birthed them, to cherish the hush even when thunder called, and to weave their gifts into harmonious fabric stretching from magma root to furthest star. As they stood beneath Awaranza's protective vault and upon Gaia's nurturing crust, the cosmos held its breath, aware that creation's lullaby had gained new voices, each ready to sing future sagas in tones soft enough to lull, strong enough to endure. And you, dear listener, may feel those tones now, subtle as pulse in your fingertips, steady as tide behind closed eyelids. Let them guide you deeper into rest, knowing the world was born first in quiet wonder, and that same wonder guards your dreams tonight. The night after the Titans first tasted starlight drifted in like a lullaby's last lingering note. Yet beneath the velvet hush a faint unease rippled through Uranus's vast expanse. He had watched Gaia's children emerge in stately procession, their newly born silhouettes reflecting galaxies across calm seas. And though pride warmed his infinite chest, another feeling small, insistent, colder than comet ice began to coil around his constellations. The Cyclope's single violet eyes glittered too brightly for comfort. The Hecatonchire's forest of slumbering arms hinted at strengths beyond a father's reach. Even the tranquil Titans, serene as candle flame in still air, pulsed with potential large enough to tilt the balance of the world. As the sky watched Earth's brood explore beaches, echoing laughter into newborn coves, he wondered what misstep might set such power loose and shatter the delicate glass of harmony they had crafted together. In the hush that followed that wondering, a quiet thought surfaced. Better to keep them safe, better to keep them close, better to fold them back into the womb that formed them until the cosmos grows older and stronger. The thought was no more than a whisper in stardust, yet its chill reached Gaia's core long before the sky himself recognized it. Uranus acted with a gentleness so vast it masked the intent beneath. Night after night he lowered his vaulted body closer, pressing fog and shadow down in patient blankets until beaches dimmed, river mouths darkened, and mountains felt the sky's cool breath on their summits. The Titans, lulled by the heavy dusk, returned willingly to cavern sanctuaries, believing the world simply called them to deeper rest. The Cyclopes followed, trusting the velvet dark to calm their sparking auras. The Hecatonchires, attuned to every tectonic sigh, sensed Gaia's crust soften, just enough to open welcoming corridors. Once the children stepped within, the passages narrowed behind them, like petals closing at twilight, and Uranus's silver mantle pressed the ceilings flat, sealing chambers in seamless stone. To an outside ear, there was no clang, no cry, only the muffled hush of shifting earth, the soft whoosh of constellations drifting overhead, and then an unbroken silence so deep it seemed the planet itself had paused its breathing. Gaia felt each enclosure as a needle in her skin, tiny pinpricks of hurt that glowed hot and unsettled even while her surface remained still. She sensed Oceanus's pulse rebound off granite walls, felt the Cyclope's lightning dreams condense into sparks with no path to ground, and heard the Hecatonchire's calm mantras echo back upon themselves, multiplying into restless overtones. She called upward, her voice a quake too subtle for mountains, but unmistakable to the starry vault. Beloved, why imprison life you helped awaken? Uranus's answer drifted down like falling snow, cool, slow, refusing to melt. He spoke of protection, of keeping wild gifts sheltered until time's river carved deeper channels. He spoke of quiet as virtue, of strength sleeping, so the world might grow tranquil rings around its heart. Yet even as he murmured, Gaia felt the edge in his tone, a crispness that did not belong to love, but to fear. Fear, she realized, that his perfect dome might one day crack beneath hands not his own. She grieved in stillness, loath to waken storms that would rattle sleeping seas, and thus her sorrow fermented inward, becoming a warm ache in stone and root. Within that ache, seeds of resolve sprouted tiny intentions, no louder than the rustle of moss, yet potent as oak embryos tucked in acorns. If Uranus would not open the sky, Earth herself must part the veil. Still, Gaia cherished gentleness. She sought a path that moved like water round a boulder, not like hammer against glass. She sent silent tremors through lower caverns, summoning her youngest and most meticulous child, Kronos, whose patient mind counted even heartbeats of stone. He arrived by way of secret fissures, each step measured, bronze gaze steady, clocking the intervals of his mother's sorrow. In the echoes of that sorrow he heard purpose, not rage, but a request for balance, for time to intervene where fear had overreached. Kronos listened, then withdrew to a hush-filled grotto, where mica walls reflected his pensive expression 1,000 silent times. There he ran fingers over ore veins, noting densities, tempering plans, imagining a blade thin as moonlight, yet sharp enough to part celestial cloth. He spoke no vow aloud words, he reasoned, bind too publicly, but his every breath ticked like a gear engaging within a grand unseen clock. When Gaia sensed his intent crystallize, she breathed molten silver from her core through labyrinthine cracks, guiding the liquid metal to his cavern. It pooled like mirrored water at his feet, swirling with starlight flecks shed from Eranos's beard. Kronos knelt, hands steady, and coaxed the silver into crescent form, cooling it against basalt shaped by glacier-cold springs. The result was a sickle elegant as a lullaby's curve, lethal only if wielded without rhythm. Kronos named it merely edge, for titles, he thought, glorify deeds better kept muted. Night after night, Kronos visited his siblings through hidden chutes, Gaia nudged open beneath prison walls. He spoke in whispers, each phrase a measured bar of music guiding their hearts into harmony. To Ocean he promised the return of tides unconfined. To Hyperion he offered dawn unfettered. To Mnemosyne he pledged memories unsealed so future voices might name the truth. To Rhea, whose spirit already cradled winds of nurture, he vowed a gentler age. The Cyclopes listened from alcoves lit by their single eyes. The Hecaton shires aligned breaths into a centering chat, weaving a bass line beneath Kronos's tenor. No anger flared, only resolve, quiet as dew forming on unseen leaves. When all pulses beat in unison, Gaia loosed a faint vibration up into the heavens. Not a roar, but a note so low it passed beneath the threshold of fear, sliding into Uranus's dreams as a comforting hum. Thus lullabied, the sky drifted deeper into complacent slumber. At the chosen hour, if hour one can call a moment in a sunless epoch, Kronos crept through a slit above the vaulted nursery, where his father reclined in glistening serenity. Stars glimmered on the underside of the vault like lanterns on calm water, and Uranus's breath rolled in nocturnal currents along the world's edge. The silver sickle gleamed faintly, catching constellations and bending them into a single curved shimmer. Kronos steadied his breathing, sensing it with the hush. Then, in one graceful arc, he severed the bond that tethered sky too tightly to earth. The slice was neither loud nor violent. It resembled the snip of a seamstress freeing extra cloth, releasing tension built too long. A sigh half surprise, half relief breathed from every horizon as Uranus recoiled upward, the vault recoiling like a sail catching sudden wind. Starfields rippled, realigned, and settled higher, leaving space between dome and soil for winds to stretch, for clouds to tower, for lives to rise. Freed, the Titans emerged again, this time beneath a sky trembling with new altitude. They moved slowly, reverently, as though stepping inside a cathedral after the organ's final chord. Oceanus sent a swell around every shoreline, a gentle kiss rather than a crashing wave. Hyperion and Theia spread rose-gold glimmers across underclouds, rehearsing dawn's first rehearsal. Namasin whispered to newborn breezes the story of liberation so future voices would inherit courage. The Cyclopes traced sparks across mountain ridges, marking places where forges might one day glow. The Hecatonchires lifted arms in careful sequence, steadying tectonic plates jarred by the sky's retreat, their choreography so elegant it resembled petals opening. Amid them all, Kronos held his silver edge downward, tip resting lightly on basalt, signaling the deed was done, not brandished for more. High above, Uranus gathered wounded dignity, constellations pulsing with startled awareness. He felt no hatred, only vast distance, a melancholy cooler than comet tails. In that distance, however, lay the first true division the cosmos had known, where unity had once wrapped earth and sky in seamless hush. A scene now fluttered, and through that flutter drifted the seeds of future storms, triumphs, sorrows, and songs. Gaia sensed the change, both burden and blessing, and wrapped her children in grounding warmth, affirming that growth often aches before it thrives. Uranus, receding, let tears like silver raindrops fall, and where they landed forests would one day sprout silent testament to a father's grief, turning into shade for generations unborn. As the world exhaled its new, spacious hush, a calm deeper than before settled over hills, seas, and cloud-braided canopies. The Titans joined hands and eyes one final time that night, pledging to shepherd the gap they had opened, to temper freedom with tenderness, to count seasons, moons, and stories, so wisdom might pace alongside wonder. And you, drifting now on currents of their ancient vow, may feel the planet's broader breath beneath your ribs, may sense the gentle wideness above your closed lids. Let that breath cradle you. Let the quiet reach of sky reassure you. Let the knowledge that even discord can be born in whispers coax you toward restful dreams, where space and safety unfurl together in the softened dark. The hush that followed Uranus's retreat was deep enough to hear the universe think, yet somewhere within that velvety quiet, Kronos felt the tick. Tick of possibility prodding at his temples like gentle rain against a shuttered window. He had freed the sky, but freedom, he now realized, was not a single hinge flung open. It was a door that must be kept on smooth, reliable pivots, lest its sudden swing crush fingers and hopes alike. The silver sickle, his unnamed edge, rested in a basalt cradle near the mouth of a sleeping volcano, its blade glinting with dusky starlight that pooled like mercury along the curve. Each glimmer teased Kronos with fresh questions. How long until fear creeps back to bar the heavens again? How often must blades rise to cut away the nets of dread? And what prevents the liberator from becoming another jailer once the songs of gratitude fade? These musings drifted through his bronze, quiet mind like swans on still water, unhurried, yet impossible to ignore, shaping the contours of a resolve deeper than the caverns that had birthed him. He began by studying the sickle, the way a bard studies a new melody, examining every reflective shimmer, tracing the crescent's inside edge where metal thinned to moonlight, feeling the subtle shift of balance from hilt to tip. Its weight was perfect, neither tugging his wrist toward recklessness nor resisting a precise motion, and in that equilibrium he sensed the echo of Gaia's intention. This was a tool designed for pruning, not rampage for trimming away what choked growth rather than harvesting unchecked power. Still, a blade is a blade, and Kronos understood that even the gentlest edge thirsts for discipline if it is to remain a servant of harmony instead of a herald of terror. So he pressed its crescent into volcanic sand till only its spine caught the cooling wind, vowing not to lift it again until he had forged inward laws as steady as the physical one he had placed upon the sky. To write those laws upon his own heart, Kronos walked the breadth of Gaia, pacing every coastline while waves rehearsed their newfound freedom at his heels. He ascended broad-backed ridges where warm sunrise hints from Hyperion-painted quartz outcrops blush gold, and he descended into green valleys where vapor rose in lazy veils under the watchful hush of Democene's memory threads. Everywhere he ventured he counted the interval between breaths of wind tumbling through cedar seedlings, the pulse spacing and thunderheads building quietly on distant horizons, the thud of his own footsteps echoing off cavern roofs at the roots of mountains. From these counts he shaped rhythms, layered, interlocking cycles that could cradle every living surge within a lattice of calm. He whispered those rhythms to rivers so they would know when to flood gently and when to retreat. He hummed them to tectonic plates that stretched below, guiding their shuffles into dances smoother than a lullaby's croon. Bit by bit, the pulse of Kronos merged with the pulse of the planet, until anyone listening closely might have sworn the Titan was the Earth's second heartbeat. On the 40th rotation of his wide pilgrimage, Kronos came upon the Cyclopes, gathered on a basalt shelf overlooking a newborn sea cliff. Brontes, stirrups, and arges worked wordlessly by moon-filtered starlight, smelting meteoric iron in a furnace mouth that glowed peach gold against the dark. Their single eyes gleamed as though each contained a private dawn. Sparks flew when Brontes hammered ingots in slow, resonant strikes that sounded like distant timpani. Stirrups lifted a heated bar and drew lightning from the sky in a silky arc, welding seams with a flash that left gentle after-images on Kronos's lids. Arges quenched the glowing metal in tidal pools, sending steam ghosts swirling upward in gentle plumes that sketched dragons, swans, and sleeping giants across the night. When they noticed Kronos standing quiet among saltbush, they did not bow. Instead, they inclined their luminous irises in recognition of shared purpose. Without a word, they offered him obsidian-tongued tongs, inviting him to test the iron's true song. Kronos struck once, twice, thrice, each measured blow ringing a note so pure it stilled the wheeling gulls above. In that metallic chant he heard the skeleton of a future era, a steady age of shaping, forging, and building in which force served balance rather than ruin, and the sickle's curved memory warmed at his spine like a friendly ghost. Far inland, the Hecaton Shires had taken to meditating in glacial amphitheaters, their 50 calm faces reflecting sunless dawns and lake waters still as polished glass. Kronos found them seated in concentric circles, each 100-armed form rising like a living cliff carved from tranquility. They were reorganizing mountain scree, moving boulders the size of citadels with the delicacy of one rearranging seashells in a child's mosaic, flattening tectonic stress lines before quakes could rumble. Kronos observed, counted the cadence of their motions, arms moving in waves like wheat in soft mid-autumn wind, and saw how they synchronized every seventh breath to exhale tension through the bedrock itself. Marveling, he asked them silently to teach him this breath work so that he too could anchor upheaval within the marrow of his resolve. 100 poems cupped the air, guiding him into the deeper stillness where mind, time, and crust share one steady drumbeat. Somewhere behind his ribs, Kronos felt loose pebbles of confusion drop into orderly stacks, each click of placement echoing the unhurried tick of cosmic certitude. Guided by lessons of Cyclopes and Hecaton cheers alike, Kronos returned to the dormant volcano where his sickle awaited, half-buried in lapilli dust. Stars wheeled slower now. The sky, having risen to a higher berth, took longer to turn, as though savoring its broader sweep, and their cooler tempo matched the Titan's matured heartbeat. He knelt, brushing ash from the crescent's mirrored throat, and for the first time examined the blade, not as instrument of severance, but as symbol of cycles. Its arc mirrored the cupping cradle of a waxing moon. Flipped, it resembled the waning arc as well. There, he thought, within this twin-shaped curve lies the promise that what grows must shrink, and what shrinks must grow again. He passed a palm above the edge without touching, feeling the soft nip of air parted so finely it murmured possibilities. Then he did touch, but only the spine, turning the sickle so its curve faced his chest, a pledge that henceforth its sharpest truth would be directed inward first, always trimming excess pride before pruning anything beyond. At that very pulse of silent vow, Gaia sent an answering quiver through the volcanic shelf, and obsidian sheets lining the crater walls shattered into ribbons of black glass that soared skyward like flocking ravens. They hung for a breathless moment against the starlight, reflecting constellations, as though each shard were a sliver of the cosmos torn free. Then, instead of falling to jagged ruin, they pivoted in the air, fusing edge to edge by invisible artistry, until they formed a single mirror large enough to frame half the mountain. In its onyx reflection, Kronos and the sickle stood suspended amid galaxies, and the Titan saw not only his figure but time itself coiling behind him, births, climaxes, wanings, all reaching slender fingers forward asking to be steered with care. He understood then the next task, to weave these spirals into calendars, gardens of days and harvests of nights, so every being that would ever breathe could meet its seasons with grace instead of dread. Thus began the crafting of measure. Kronos, with assistance from Mnemosyne's ribboned memories, inscribed arcs upon beach-polished slate, 30 thumb spans to catch the cycle of a moon that Hyperion and Theia now coaxed from charcoal dusk, 12 tallies to echo Oceanus's great rounding of the globe, tiny ETC hatch marks marking heartbeats of field mice tested against the whoosh of albatross wings, ensuring the small did not vanish amid grandeur. Each unit he tied to songs so farmers, poets, and reef fish, shepherds yet unborn, could learn by hum as easily as by sight. Reeds cut from marshes became flutes whose finger holes corresponded to minutes. Drums stretched from tanned kelpskin boomed hours, and crystal pendulums the Cyclopes forged flashed pendants of sunset color in perfect seconds as they swung. Into every framework Kronos etched the lunar sickle sigil, a reminder that measurement must serve renewal, trimming wasteful idleness, but never whipping life into frantic disarray. When his calendar of breaths and blooms was at last complete, Kronos summoned his siblings beneath the wide vault for a peaceful assembly. Rhea arrived first, arms holding garlands of pale blossoms that perfumed the air like lullabies steeped in honey. Oceanus followed, carrying amphorae brimming with bright new currents he'd coaxed from deep-sea trenches. Themis bore scales wrought of nebulous silver, balanced with sprigs of cedar on one pan and river stones on the other. Around them gathered the full company, Cyclopes glowing violet halos of curiosity, Hecatoncheires folding myriad arms into prayerful repose, Kronos unfurled parchment maps of seasons, unclasping timelines that unrolled across the meadow like serene rivers of ink. He spoke with calm cadence, lifting each phase of the year as though revealing a precious shell. Plant here, rest here, harvest here, dream here. The planet's small newborn marbles just forming in far star fields paused their wobbly spins, tilting to listen. Even Uranus, aloft in his higher stillness, found his lingering sorrow soothed by the quiet architecture emerging below. Yet no law exists without test. Within the hush of scales and arc lines flickered faint. Prophetic shadows, wraith-thin possibilities that one day Kronos, in guarding cycles too strictly, might over-tighten their gears, perhaps even fear the very children he would father. Mnemosyne, seeing fractal edges of that future, wove caution into her memory threads so that songs of warning would surface in distant generations. Themis slid a smooth river stone into her left pan, balancing cedar with granite, a silent reminder that roots need rock as much as soil. And Rhea, dearest of sisters, placed a blossom at Kronos' breast, a white bud that would blush red only when time itself began to bleed from wounds of over-control. The Titan accepted these tokens not as rebuke, but as ballast, pocketing river stone, cedar chip, and pale bud within the folds of his volcanic ash cloak. Cycles keep us steady, he murmured, but compassion keeps us true. Night deepened, and the assembly settled beneath constellations glittering with a calmer confidence. Oceanus's currents glowed turquoise under moon hints, weaving light into nets that caught every ripple of wind, slowing them until they too beat in harmony with Kronos' ordered drum. Far cliffs no longer groaned from sudden sky pressure. Young forests breathed in unison with tide and star. The sickle, sleeved now in a scabbard of woven basalt threads and lightning-quenched iron, rested at Kronos' hip, no longer his solitary answer, but a metronome ticking softly against his thigh, reminding every footstep to honor the span between one action and the next. Above, Uranus exhaled a sigh like distant surf, acceptance mingling with faint, lingering ache, and his tears of silver fell gentler this time, misting the meadow rather than scoring deep craters. Wherever a droplet landed, grass glistened brighter, tiny bells of dew chiming at dawn's earliest hint, promising that even sorrow could water the seeds of serenity. So let your breathing now follow Kronos' quiet meter-slow inhale on the swell of a wave, slow exhale with its retreat, and feel the crescent of the sickle trace comforting arcs behind your shuttered eyes. Know that within its curve lies the pledge that time will cradle you gently, trimming away long hours of worry, pruning fear so dreams can bloom. And as you drift deeper, remember the Titan's vow etched upon obsidian night, that every ending will stoop to meet a beginning, and every beginning will bow to a rest, until all the clocks of heart and universe beat in one harmonious hush, guiding you softly through the gardens of sleep. Kronos' coronation unfolded beneath a dawn so tranquil it felt as though the sky itself had been lulled into a soft trance by the measured hush of his new calendars. No trumpets blared and no banners flapped, only the steady cadence of wind coursing through cedar groves, weaving a quiet hymn that settled over field and sea alike. The Titan stood upon a wide stone dais polished by old rain, the silver sickle at his side, now sheathed and silent. its curve catching the early light like a thin, sleeping moon. Around him, meadow grasses dipped their heads in slow swells, and every crest of Oceanus's tide paused in delicate suspension, as if even the waves were keen to let this moment unfurl without hurry. Here commenced the age mortals would one day call the Golden Era, a span of serenity measured not in wars or conquests, but in years of gentle harvests and laughter that floated into the heavens like fireflies taking flight at twilight. All creation seemed to draw a single easy breath as Kronos accepted the weightless diadem woven from starlight and dawn mist, promising order without oppression and bounty without greed. The immediate shape of this promise was a climate so benevolent it felt poured from a pitcher of fresh milk. Spring lingered longer than customary, easting into warm days with blossoms unhurried to drop their petals. Summer followed, temperate and golden, its sunlight warm enough to ripen fruit, yet never scorched enough to crack the soil. Autumn arrived like a storyteller, reading a gentle moral, offering an unhurried glut of figs, grains, and river pears, while winters dared only mild coolness, swaddling the land in soft silver dew instead of brute snow. Under that soothing arc, mountains lost their jagged threat and valleys brimmed with perennial streams that gurgled lullabies between mossy banks. Even the sky grew a halo of deeper blue, so rich it seemed to hum in the ear whenever one glanced up. Creatures roaming the plains learned sleep without fear of claw or famine, and seedlings sprouting in shady nooks reached confidently for daylight, because the very air persuaded them that plenty was no longer a gamble, but a given rhythm. Kronos stewarded this peace with rituals as exact as the ticks of a well-made clock, yet so gentle they felt more like chapel bells than marching orders. At dawn he touched the horizon with a gloved palm, coaxing Hyperion sunlight to pour over granite peaks at a pace the grasses could absorb without wilting. Mid-morning found him walking the shores as Oceanus traced circles around his ankles, the Titans measured footfalls guiding the tide's embrace of each cove, so that no inlet received more than it could graciously bear. Noon summoned Kronos to a stone amphitheater, where he sat cross-legged, eyes half-closed, synchronizing the breath of tectonic plates with the slow exhale of midday breezes, lest a sudden shrug of the deep earth break the pastoral spell. At dusk, beneath a vault glowing with the Cyclope's earliest stars, he recited his litany of minutes and moons, stitching the outgoing day to the incoming night, with a thread so fine that animals seldom stirred as darkness fell. They merely blinked, discovered starlight, and continued grazing in a soft hush. Bounty arose as naturally as dew under Kronos's kindly cadence. Orchards, unbidden, sprouted in ring-shaped groves at the foot of hills, each tree bowing beneath fruit bright as sunrise, and sweet enough to intoxicate the evening wind with nectared fragrance. Rivers brimmed with fish of sapphire and gold, their scales diffusing a faint, iridescent glow, so fishermen, should any yet exist, could one day cast lines by moonlight alone. Fields of barley rippled in wind patterns, orchestrated by Themis and Rhea, who tended the grains with checks and balances made visible in the even sway of every stalk. Wild goats pranced beside adolescent lynx without anxiety. Hawks drifted above rabbit warrens, not as hunters but as curious neighbors, for hunger could not find purchase in a realm where every belly knew fullness. Even stones benefited. Under Kronos's watch, geodes formed rapidly. gathering crystal teeth that gleamed like miniature constellations whenever split open proof that beauty, too, obeyed the new tempo. Cronus's siblings leaned into their allotted spheres with devotion that mirrored his measured heart. Hyperion and Theia collaborated on daylight's hue, shading each afternoon with subtle gradients rose, saffron, periwinkle that slid across the sky like music turned into color. Mnemosyne walked among budding forests, capturing their first sap-scented breezes in invisible scrolls so memory itself would have a perfume to recall in future ages. Cous and Phoebe plotted constellations onto star charts scribbled in soft, glowing ink across the underside of Uranus's vaulted ceiling, leaving blank spaces where prophecies might one day bloom. Themis held open courts beneath oak canopies, weighing river pebbles against fallen feathers until she found the perfect balance to decree a season well tallied. Oceanus glided through his own currents in loops of leisure, trailing ribbons of warm water into cooler troughs so coral cities could blossom in kaleidoscopic towers. Their collaboration resembled a choir where each voice kept to its register, yet swelled the collective harmony into something greater than any solo could manage. Yet even an age of ease carries within it the embryonic sigh of change, and Kronos, for all his discipline, was not immune to the whisper of unease curling at the edges of contentment. He sensed it first in the way twilight sometimes lingered a heartbeat too long, as though night balked at taking full command of the sky. He felt it in the faint quiver of his sickle whenever he passed its basalt cradle, the blade vibrating as though detecting distant storms still unborn. Gaia, too, murmured caution, her river roots occasionally shuddering with memories of earlier yokes. She loved her son, but recognized that every reign eventually arcs toward endings. The way every pendulum swung by a Titan's hand must reverse direction at the limits of its arc. When Kronos pressed an ear to the ground, he sometimes heard Gaia hum a low counter-melody, not dissent, but a subtle reminder that perfection is a season like any other, destined to turn. The Cyclopes forged wonders to fill the calm hours, intricate time-tellers, shaped as river stones that sang soft chimes each hour, and glass orbs filled with swirling lights that could mimic dawn on the darkest night. Kronos welcomed these boons, yet he catalogued each in a ledger of potential misuses, mindful that tools for delight can pivot into weapons once scarcity rears its head again. The Hecatoncheires devoted their 100 arms to sculpting terraces on mountain slopes, carving amphitheaters where breezes could perform concerts, and stacking fault lines into elegant staircases, ascending into cloud banks. Their artistry was as elegant as ever, but Kronos noticed a new vigor creeping into their handiwork, a hint of restlessness, perhaps an unconscious rehearsal for heavier labors if peace frayed. He responded by fine-tuning gravity's tug in their regions, tempering boulder weight, so their work felt effortlessly rewarding. Still, anticipation crackled in the air like distant lightning trapped inside a glass globe. A deeper tension surfaced the day Rhea entered Kronos's marble-lined observatory, her arms cradling a faint pulse of nascent life within her bronze-gleaming frame. The white blossom he carried in his cloak pocket flushed the lightest shade of crimson at her approach, Gaia's quiet omen, blooming into visible prophecy. Rhea's eyes, twin murals of dawn and dusk, conveyed pure serenity, but Kronos, a master of intervals, detected an extra beat trembling behind her calm gaze. In that almost imperceptible off-rhythm, he foresaw cycles he could not regulate, New heartbeats he could not synchronize without altering the tapestry he'd woven so meticulously. Memory flashed, the tightening fear that had once driven Uranus to bind his children. Kronos felt a chill scuttle across the ribs of time. He smiled at Rhea, spoke tender blessings, but deep inside, a question sealed itself behind a locked door. If offspring threatened harmony, what trimming must a gardener consider? Night spread over the golden land, painted in satin shades by Thea's adept fingers. Yet for Kronos, starlight now carried the faint odor of iron, the scent of blades unsheathed, in secret corridors of possibility. He paced the parapets of his silvery palace, counting tardy meteor streaks, each longer than the last, each trailing sparks that spelled caution in languages only titans and mathematicians might read. The sickle, its weight once comforting, now tugged at his hip like a reminder of drastic measures waiting in shadow. Nemesine's wind-scrolled memories rustled through cypress groves, whispering histories of rulers corrupted by dread. The Titan clasped the blossom from Rhea's earlier visit and found its petals warm, as though the flower celebrated the unborn future without consulting the calendar carved by his hand. Somewhere deep within the calendrical gears of his soul, a reluctance clicked into place, a tiny cog misaligned, threatening to snag the very fabric of the age. Still, dawn came with its signature serenity, and the Golden King greeted it on the balcony where mist rose in devotional spirals. He set his concerns aside, adjusting hour markers so that daybreak slid into place with the precision of a harp string plucked just once. Children of nymphs splashed in brook shallows, their laughter silvering the air. Vines climbed trellises woven by Hecatonchyre's gentle grip. Even clouds drifted in symmetrical patterns, feathers across a blue tapestry that had forgotten storms. From every hillside drifted the scent of honeyed barley, of pine warmed under a mild sun. Kronos inhaled, letting the peace soak into muscle and marrow, hoping the breath would tether him to present calm rather than future dread. But he also tightened his cloak around the crimson-touched blossom, as if shielding an ember whose heat could rise into flame. For now, harmony held cradled within the graceful arcs he had drawn across sky and soil, yet a seed of discord, small as a whisper, curled quietly in the innermost chamber of the reign of the Golden King. And so the measured hush of Kronos' era continues, dear listener, its gentle rhythms cushioning your thoughts as night folds softly around your room. Feel the even pulse of a world at perfect pitch, each breath you take mirroring the slow sway of barley under a summer moon. But somewhere beyond closed eyes, the faintest tremor of change is gathering, soft as the memory of thunder before it blooms. Keep that whisper distant for now. Let Kronos' golden hours wrap you in calming lullabies of reliable cycles tick. Breathe, tick, dream until sleep's own diadem settles lightly on your brow, and all your inner kingdoms glow in harmless amber hush. The soft gold hush of Kronos' reign had ripened into what felt like an endless afternoon, the kind where cicada tones of breeze and brook weave so tightly together that one can scarcely tell them apart. On such a languid day, Rhea wandered alone beyond the sun-warmed terraces, her bare feet sinking into moss that glowed the tender green of new jade. Every petal she brushed released a sleepy sweetness, yet beneath that perfume her heart fluttered with something less content, an intuition as delicate as threads of spider silk trembling before an unseen footstep. Each time her pulse lifted, she paused beside a fountain or leaned against a marble colonnade. telling herself that harmony this pure must surely hold forever. But the breeze kept nudging, and so at dusk she slipped down a cedar-lined ravine to the hidden grotto where Gaia's voice hummed in subterranean lullabies. There, amid roots twined like old hands, the primal mother greeted her with a vibrating silence that felt both warm and grave. And into that hush Rhea poured her unspoken question. What stirs the leaves when no storm is near? Gaia's answer unfurled, not as words but as pictures, blossoming behind Rhea's eyelids visions of moons, crossing the arc of decades, of ripened fruit falling to enrich soil, of small seeds one day lifting forests that would shade an aging sky. Finally, the images coalesced into a single, crystalline truth. The cycles Kronos so lovingly metered would, by their very nature, invite renewal beyond his orchestration. In the hush, she sensed a child knell, a line of children spinning like tiny constellations inside her own future, each star brighter than the last. And woven through this starlight gleamed a prophecy older than the first tide. In time, one of those sparks would surpass the Golden King and guide the cosmos into still unimagined dawns. None of it tasted of treachery. Rather, it carried the flavor of inevitable turning, as gentle and unarguable as the moment night steps aside for morning. Rhea rose from the grotto with slow breaths, letting moss pulse beneath her soles, as though earth herself steadied her resolve. She did not fear Kronos. She loved him with a devotion tempered by centuries of shared calm. Yet she also loved the future, those embryonic voices she could almost hear humming in her bones, and she recognized that love asked her to become midwife to change. Walking back through torch-lit corridors of polished sandstone, she pressed fingertips to her quiet belly, feeling nothing more than her own warmth, but imagining the echo of a second heartbeat poised to start. Stars climbed the sky in patient spirals, and Rhea read constellations the way a sailor reads currents. Here, a goat promising nurture. There, a newborn chick breaking shell. Each shimmer confirmed Gaia's counsel. The world must keep its promise to itself, she whispered, and promises grow by letting go. Inside the high halls of his silver palace, Kronos felt tremors of unease, though no stone moved. He pored over copper ink calendars, checking that equinox still kissed solstice at the exact chord he'd tuned months before, marking the sweep of Helios's unseen chariot against his own silent metronome. Yet when dusk lamps flickered evenly, obediently, he caught himself counting their sway twice, as if suspecting them of secret mischief. Rhea entered with a smile soft as sea foam. She spoke of orchards that yearned to spread to a northern slope, and suggested adjusting rain patterns to help them flourish. Kronos nodded, set quill to tablet, but her voice, calm though it was, scuffed a worry buried deep. That growth, if left unchecked, might topple structure. After she withdrew, he touched the crescent blade sheathed at his hip. It neither sang nor quivered, but its silence felt heavier than before, like a lullaby missing its final soothing note. The next morning Rhea visited Themis beneath an oak whose canopy shaped a perfect green vault. Balancing her silver scales upon a root-woven altar, Themis listened, while Rhea recounted Gaia's vision in hushed syllables. The goddess of balance closed her luminous eyes and weighed 2 fallen acorns, one pearl pale, one russet dark. When they came to rest in flawless symmetry, she smiled. Even harmony requires renewal, she murmured. A still pond invites algae, a flowing brook stays clear. She advised, not in command, but gentle suggestion, that Rhea find counsel from Metis, whose wisdom often arrived dressed as quiet cunning. A mother's love, Themis added, can be both cradle and shield. Rhea thanked her, pressing palm to palm in gratitude, and the scales chimed like distant wind bells, sealing Themis's blessing without a single word more. Metis dwelled where river reed met moonlit marsh, steeping dewdrops and crushed mint into potions that glimmered like thoughts halfway to speech. Her cottage roof was tufted with heron feathers, and its door swung open of its own accord as Rhea approached, wafting curls of steam scented with anise and cool clay. Inside, jars of dreams lined cedar shelves. Tiny murmurs, promises, riddles, half-remembered lullabies fluttered within each glass belly. Metis led Rhea to a round table carved from willow root, poured translucent brew into 2 shell cups, and listened. When Rhea spoke of unborn children and a father's looming fear, the oceanid nodded, tapping tooth against cup rim in contemplative cadence. A prophecy ignored breeds dread, she whispered. A prophecy embraced can be midwife to peace. She handed Rhea a pouch of star thistle seeds and a vial no bigger than a tear, filled with liquid opal. Plant these by your chamber window, Metis instructed. They will blossom the night your first child stirs. And when the hour of greatest need arrives, let 3 drops of this lull the keeper of clocks into dreaming. Her eyes, deep as still pools, held neither malice nor promise of ease only, the calm conviction of necessary unfolding. While Rhea prepared her quiet garden, Kronos sensed disturbances in ripples no other being could perceive. A flock of wolves howled 1 heartbeat longer than yesterday. Dew formed fractal patterns, unlike his preferred symmetry. A comet, scheduled to cross at the 35th stroke past midnight, streaked 5 strokes early, tail shearing a phosphorescent question mark across the vault. He scoured star charts, widened margins on his schedules, recalibrated sundial shadows, yet anomalies slipped through like children at play, too quick to scold. Clouds gathered above mountain terraces, rolling into a muted thunder he hadn't sanctioned. He raised his sickle to the sky, slicing once, and the storm unraveled into silver mist. But the blade's returning silence was heavier still, whispering, even clouds must find their hour. Soon Rhea felt the first flutter of life within, a soft tap like a pebble knocking politely on a shell. She named the sensation Hestia, a secret only her heartbeat could hear. Kronos noticed a new glow in his queen's cheeks and rejoiced in anticipation of legacy. For a span of moons, he escorted her along brookside paths, offering carved seats where she might rest. Yet each night his dreams thickened. He saw massive shadows devouring constellations, heard ticking mountains cracking like eggs. From sleep he woke clutching the sickle, heart thundering. One dawn, when Rhea's labor ended in the cry of her firstborn, Kronos gathered the swaddled infant, kissed her brow, and felt prophecy hiss against his ear. Fear, subtle as frost on ripe fruit, clenched around him. Before Rhea could cradle the child a second time, the Titan king opened his mouth and swallowed their daughter whole, sending her into the darkness of his immortal belly where, hushed and undamaged, her flame of life flickered on. Grief washed over Rhea like winter's surf, yet she steadied herself with Gaia's earlier visions. Children safe inside another womb could still grow, still thrive, if hope remained. When Kronos slept, lulled by balance lines he trusted to hold, she pressed palm to his side and sang to the swallowed spark within, promising that hearth fires would remember her name. In secret she replanted Metis's star thistle seeds, one for each future child, along a crescent curve in the moonlit herb garden. Petals already glistened on the first stalk, silver tipped with blush, as though the flower blushed at carrying silent witness. And in her heart Rhea turned the vial of liquid opal like a talisman, picturing the moment the keeper of clocks would indeed drift into helpless dreaming, allowing a new cycle to open its eyes. For now, however, the palace halls glowed with undisturbed peace, and Kronos returned to his rituals as if nothing had changed. He calibrated dawn, refined tides, soothed tectonic hums, but somewhere a hidden gear clicked out of rhythm. The blossom in his cloak pocket deepened its crimson hue each dawn. Rhea watched, gentle smile serene as ever, yet behind her eyes danced star-thistle sparks of determination. The prophecy, quiet yet inexorable, had found its first footing in the calm. And so, dear listener, rest now beneath the hush of night, aware that destiny often whispers before it roars, that the softest tremor beneath a mother's ribs can reshape eras. Let your breath rise and fall with the measured cradle of Kronos' still golden realm, trusting that within the calm, renewal already gathers its strength steady, inevitable, and just as gentle as the sigh that carries you into sleep's safe harbor tonight. Rhea's second pregnancy unfolded beneath a hush heavy enough to press dew from stone. She moved through the palace gardens as though gliding under water, every footstep cushioned by moss, scented with star thistle. Kronos kept pace at her side, kind, attentive, yet always measuring. Dawn after dawn he traced circles on her rounding belly, murmuring lullabies calibrated to the pulse of his cosmic clock. But each caress also mapped the child's rhythms, counting beats per breath, anticipating a moment when prophecy might again draw near. Rhea felt his love, but also his listening, an imperceptible weighing that chilled the warm silk of morning light. When her labor came, clouds chanted rain over cedar roofs, and Hyperion dimmed the sun in reverent mercy. A boy emerged Demeter in seedling form, radiant and serene. Rhea's arms barely closed around the infant, before Kronos, eyes glimmering with mingled awe and dread, parted his lips. Softly, as though tucking her to cradle, he swallowed the child whole. Marble corridors hummed back to silence, the only echo Rhea's heartbeat, drumming grief into her throat. Evenings thereafter carried a hush that tasted of missing laughter. Rhea tended Metis's garden, where star thistle now bore twin blossoms, petals veined in opalescent memory. Beneath their glow she whispered stories to the spirits of Hestia and Demeter, ensconced within Kronos, assuring them their mother sang still. Meanwhile the golden king roamed parapets, inspecting constellations for tremors. His silver sickle stayed sheathed, yet each inspection ended with fingertips grazing its hilt, as if reassurance hid beneath cold metal. The cosmos remained orderly, but breeze patterns occasionally lagged half a breath. Rivers eddied where they should run, straight settle murmurs that order, over-tightened, begins to squeak. Kronos noted every anomaly in bronze ink ledgers, each notation a pebble, added to an unseen scale of worry. When Rhea conceived again, she sought solace among the Hecaton shires, meditating within spiral grottos. Their 50 serene faces reflected torchlight, like moon shards, and their 100 arms folded in prayers slower than stone growth. From them she learned breathing patterns that quieted fear. She returned to the palace radiant, carrying within her the seedling that would be Hera. This time Kronos kept watch from a distance, believing detachment might temper fate. The birth came at twilight. Hera's first cry resembled a dove cooing against satin dusk. Rhea pressed the infant to her breast, yet the hall's torches flared, as if signaling Kronos the timer had chimed. He strode forward, sorrow clouding his gold-bright gaze, and again committed the gentlest devouring. Hera's light dimmed down his throat, flickering into the quiet cavity where her siblings flickered like warm coals. Rhea's tears fell without sound, absorbed by marble veins thirsty for feeling. Soon after, Gaia's roots quivered beneath dormant volcanoes, and Rhea recognized the tremor's invitation. She descended into the same grotto where prophecy first unfurled, sitting among glowing fungi that pulsed amber reassurance. Gaia whispered that each child swallowed lived unharmed in Kronos' vast interior, suspended in timeless hush, their divine sparks knitting a secret constellation. The seed of revolt, Gaia intoned through stone, ripens within the belly that feared it. Rhea, cradling both grief and resolve, gathered smooth river pebbles etched with Gaia's sigils, tokens of promise to deliver when the hour ripened. When she emerged, starlight silvered her hair, and in her eyes glimmered the patience of mountains awaiting spring thaw. Pregnancy came a fourth time, and Kronos, despite escalating dread, refused to deviate from ritual. He orchestrated a lullaby of perfect crescendos for Rhea's nightly rest, convinced that harmony might prevent the prophecy's crescendo. Hestia, Demeter, and Hera's muffled heartbeats echoed within him like distant bells, but he convinced himself their hush proved destiny diffused. On the eve of Poseidon's birth, the Cyclopes forged a cradle of sea-polished jade, gift to the new heir. Rhea accepted with trembling gratitude, aware it would never rock a living occupant. When the infant arrived, smelling of brine and moonlit surf, Kronos' sorrow bloomed palpable as thunderclouds. Yet his fear proved stronger. Poseidon joined his sisters inside the royal abyss, water's murmur swallowed by the king who commanded time. Thunderheads dispersed. Kronos smoothed his ledgers, but his eyes that night glistened with the sheen of tide drawn too far from shore emptying to breaking point. As seasons waltzed on, Rhea's garden now held 5 star thistle blooms, each representing a life hidden in darkness yet pulsing hope. Their luminescence twined into a halo that guided her nocturnal walks. Meanwhile, Kronos' precision began showing hairline cracks. A sparrow hatched 3 ticks early. A comet missed its scheduled arc altogether. He summoned Mnemosyne to recite the chronicles of the cosmos, seeking reassurance that deviations once existed in myth. She delivered lullabies of epochs earlier than order, where chaos birthed creativity. Her words, meant as comfort, scraped his fears raw. That night, Kronos patrolled corridors like a sentinel of glass, his reflection merging with torch flames, both flickering with doubt. Rhea's 5th pregnancy sprouted beneath autumn twilight when pomegranate skins split of their own ripeness. Hades arrived cloaked in whispers, an infant whose eyes mirrored obsidian caverns, still unmined. Kronos resolved to greet his son with ceremony. Yet ceremony dissolved into ritual swallowing, an act now performed almost mechanically, though tears streamed freely afterward. Ingesting darkness he believed would seal cracks widening in fate. But inside, the swallowed children now glowed brighter 5-point constellation, growing restless. Their silent communion sent tremors through Kronos' dreams, where he saw himself as an hourglass turned by unseen hands, sand within whispering release. The palace's fountains, once babbling perfect rondos, began stuttering in sync with Cronus's waking doubts. Rhea, sensing time fray, met secretly with Metis beneath a curtain of night-blooming jasmine. The ocean-ned revealed the vial of opal potion still viable, shimmering like dawn trapped in dew. She instructed Rhea to prepare for one final birth, to trust that destiny's sixth note would resolve the chord. Together they rehearsed deception, swaddling rocks in lambskin, hiding newborn cries within goat bleats, ferrying prophecy across sea foam to ancient cave. Every detail whispered like embroidery threads pulled through translucent cloth, quiet yet unbreakable. At last Rhea conceived the sixth child, and Cronus's anxiety accreted like frost on fragile petals. He doubled patrols, retuned winds, ordered Hyperion to extend daylight so shadows offered fewer hiding places. Gaia, watching, bent tectonic hums into lullabies, coaxing her daughter toward courage. The night of labor arrived amid drumming rain. Rhea slipped away to a mountainside stable where goats nuzzled hay. There Zeus was born, his cry crackling like miniature thunder. She bathed him in storm-chilled silver water, wrapped him in swaddling cloth steeped in star-thistle scent, then placed a stone of equal weight inside the lambskin. With Metis's potion slipped into warmed honey, she lulled Cronus, telling him it would steady restless dreams. He drank, weary and trusting. Sleep claimed him like gentle midnight surf, and Rhea presented the decoy bundle. Even drowsing, Cronus fulfilled ritual, swallowing fate's stone without suspicion. Far across the dim Aegean dawn, Rhea entrusted the true infant to Gaia's waiting nymphs upon Mount Ida. Carit's warriors clashed bronze shields, masking Zeus's cries with rhythmic clang so the sky itself could not discern truth. Bees drizzled honey on his lips, and an eagle circled overhead, marking destiny's guardian. Back in the palace, Rhea knelt beside Cronus's slumbering form, her heart a storm of relief and sorrow. 5 children pulsed in darkness, one child hidden in light prophecy balanced on the edge of coming dawn. She kissed Cronus's brow with forgiveness neither of them yet understood, then stepped into hallways glowing with the first blush of inevitable change. Now, dear listener, the palace has settled once more into hush, but beneath its polished stone echoes a 6-beat lullaby 5 within, one afar each note swelling toward a symphony time itself cannot cage. Let your breathing follow those gentle pulses. Inhale for the hope cradled in secrecy. Exhale for the hush guarding it. As you drift into slumber, remember that even swallowed stars continue to shine, waiting patiently for the hour they will rise, restore balance, and kindle new constellations across the velvet vault of your dreams. The cave on Mount Ida breathed a steady hush, an exhalation of earth that wrapped the infant Zeus in warmth as constant as a lullaby. Outside, slopes of juniper and cedar swayed in sleepy exchange with low clouds, their branches combing mist into silver ribbons that drifted over the hidden entrance. Within, the nymphs Adrastea and Ide nursed the child on honey thick as twilight, each drop glistening like condensed starlight when it touched his lips. Milk from Amalthea, the gentle she-goat whose coat shimmered the soft bronze of dawn, flowed in tranquil streams, coating Zeus' tongue with calm before it could curl into a cry. Whenever the boy's coos threatened to bloom into thunderous wails, the Carit's armored youths, sworn to secrecy, struck bronze against bronze in a pulse-steadying cadence, the clangs overlapping like distant bells rolling across valleys. Their metallic hymn mingled with cave echoes until Zeus' budding powers folded back into quiet, the soundproof cradle of his earliest days. The nymphs fashioned his cradle from cypress roots, coaxed into a crescent, lining it with fleece plucked from cloud-sheared yews grazing unseen heights. Above, strands of spider silk anchored tiny quartz crystals that spun lazily in torchlight, scattering rainbows onto the cave walls. Each flicker painted stories the infant could not yet parse. Lions vaulting over horizons, eagles slicing wind, tiny ships carving translucent wakes on obsidian seas. Nights passed like deep, even breaths. By the time the Pleiades crested the mouth of the cavern each evening, their silver sparks found Zeus lulled into dreams stitched from gentle thunder-soft rumbles that rolled across the floor like marbles but never cracked stone. Adrastea sang of meadows scented with thyme, her alto voice weaving through stalactites until even the moss seemed to hum in soothing resonance. Ide, in delicate counter-melody, wove tales of far skies where constellations danced slow waltzes, promising the child he would one day choreograph those steps himself. Outside, Gaia cushioned the mountainside with carpets of oregano and mint to hide footfalls from curious ears. She bent the slope's very acoustics, folding sound inward so that goat bleats, careets clangs, and infant murmurs diffused into harmless forest hush. Occasionally a rivulet branched from a high spring and ran past the cave like a silver thread. The nymphs dipped finger cups, flicking water droplets into the air to cast shimmering veils that mesmerized the growing boy. Each droplet captured a shard of torchlight, mirrored it to his wide eyes, and revealed to him, long before language, the soft alchemy of transformation, liquid into vapor, light into color, hush into shelter. Thus every sense learned patience. Even hunger found no edge within these walls. Honeyed milk always arrived at first rustle, and sleep settled before yearning had time to crest. As Zeus's limbs lengthened, Amalthea guided him to sturdy boulders at the cave's threshold, nudging him upward so the rough stone could greet tender soles. His first stumble onto that cool surface resonated like a muted drum, yet no complaint left his mouth. Instead, a subtle crackle-like static in winter air sparked at his fingertips before collapsing harmlessly into moss. The nymphs traced runes of reassurance across his palms, showing him how to fold fingers into loose fists to cradle the thunder rather than strike. Nightly, the careets adjusted their rhythm to match his heart's new tempo, quickening ever so slightly as his confidence grew, then easing again to lull that vigor back to conservation. In this way they taught him balance, excitement answered by calm, power nested within pause. Across months, the infant laugh that once flickered like candlelight matured into a chuckle low and rolling, the promise of a storm cloud that knows precisely when not to rain. Seasons in the broader world obeyed Cronus's polished metronome, but here on Mount Ida, time adopted a kinder gait. Spring lingered in an eternal hush of lilac and dew. Summer visited only in gentle warmth that never cracked the cave's cool breath. Autumn brushed leaves gold without stealing their green. Winter paused at higher ridges, shaking snowflakes loose just enough to teach Zeus how cold kisses cheeks without biting. The boy's skin, kissed by flickering torch shadows and pale sun shafts, gained a matte glow like dawn seen through brushed bronze. Each morning, Ide traced constellations on his forearms in goat milk chalk, naming them softly. The Great Bear for steady guardianship, the swan for graceful flight, the lion for courage moderated by rest. At dusk, Adrastea wiped the symbols away with time-scented cloth, whispering that even stars fade to make room for dawn. In the erasure, Zeus learned impermanence, the gentle truth that endings open space for beginnings. One evening, a distant tremor rippled through the stone, no quake, just a shudder dreamt by the mountain. The nymphs froze, listening. Zeus, now toddling, paused too. The cave held its breath until the tremor ebbed, but in that moment something within the child quickened. He stamped a bare heel against bedrock once, twice each thud echoing deeper than expected. Sparks dusted the air. Torch flames leapt but did not break form. The Quirites answered with a hastened clamor, sheathing the rumble inside their metallic choreography. Zeus's eyes widened, not with fear but recognition, as though a new note in his internal symphony had at last found its cue. He sat, cross-legged like a miniature monk, and hummed a single low tone. It vibrated up the cave walls, danced across stalactites, and settled the torches back into stillness. Afterward, silence returned softer than before, edges sanded down by newfound mastery. Weeks later, Amalthea slipped on damp lichen near the cave mouth and cracked a horn upon a jagged stone. Milk flowed in a sudden gush startling white against earthen brown, and Zeus, instinct surging, cupped palms under the stream. The broken horn, instead of oozing pain, radiated faint golden light. The boy lifted it, feeling the hollow fill again and again with whatever he wished. First milk for Amalthea herself, then clear water for the nymphs, later sweet nectar, whose aroma alone lulled the goats to sleep. The nymphs watched as Zeus giggled at this cornucopia gift, recognizing a power poised to fill emptiness wherever it found it. They guided him to pour a trickle into tree roots outside. Within hours, blossoms never seen in that altitude unfurled crimson petals edged in gold. Gaia hummed approval through soil and leaf, and the scent of those impossible flowers drifted down valley, carrying the faint promise of change to realms still locked in Cronus's flawless schedule. As his speech blossomed, first syllables soft as dew, then words shaped like rolling pebbles, Zeus addressed each caretaker by new pet names: Ada for Adrastea, Ide for Ide, Mali for Amalthea. These names lilted through the cave like playful breezes, and each answered with smiles lined by wonder at how quickly the boy's tone could shift from angelic hush to storm-born resonance. One rainy dawn he pointed beyond the cave's curtain of ivy and asked, "Sky friend?" The nymphs exchanged glances. They had spoken of Uranus only in lullabies, yet Zeus already sensed its vast companion arcing overhead. To appease curiosity, they led him to a ledge at sunrise. Clouds parted like slow-moving curtains, revealing the vault's azure curve. Zeus stretched tiny arms skyward. A hush deeper than mountain roots settled. In that stillness, a low grumble quiet, approving rolled far above, and a single shaft of sunlight touched his brow. He smiled, imprinting recognition. Sky and child, two halves of a future dialogue just beginning to phrase itself. By the time Zeus's curls brushed his shoulders, the Quirites' clangs had quieted to gentle taps, reserved only for moments of stray thunder. The child no longer trembled at his own power. He painted lightning in the air with forefinger, then erased it with a giggle before discharge struck. He practiced shaping clouds like clay, coaxing them into baby rams that bounded across morning blue until they dissolved into laughing mist. One afternoon he coaxed a breeze to spin leaves in perfect circles, teaching himself that command without gentleness invites chaos. So he let the breeze sigh to rest before leaves bruised. Adrastea watched, heart swelling like sails in spring wind, knowing each lesson etched empathy deeper. I'd brewed herb infusions to calm overused muscles remedies. The boy quickly learned to prepare himself, crushing lemon balm and wild chamomile between small palms until set alone soothed weary limbs. Still, all tranquility carried undertones of urgency. Gaia's murmurs grew more insistent, and the petals of star thistle in Rhea's garden miles away beneath. Cronus's watch began to curl as though sensing a sibling rising beyond their reach. Zeus noticed changes too. Wind patterns tightened at twilight. Nocturnal insects droned in accidental harmonies that hinted at cosmic tension. One night, as torches dimmed, he pressed ear to cave floor and detected faint heartbeats, echoing upward, 5 of them, aligned in sorrowful cadence. Unaware they were his siblings, he called them sleeping stars and vowed to free their lullaby. His declaration drifted into Gaia's veins, stirring the marble corridors of Cronus's palace with distant, unplaced hope. When Zeus reached his 7th year, the span measuring not by Cronus's clocks, but by the mountain's gentler pulse, Amalthea, weakened by age, lay beside him one final evening. The boy cradled her head, and as her eyes dimmed, he felt a spark of gratitude ignite within his chest, fusing love with resolve. He plucked a single hair from her coat and cast it skyward. The strand became the constellation Capra, ensuring the goat who nursed him would shimmer eternally above shepherds yet unborn. The nymphs wept silent joy, their tears watering roots that would one day anchor Zeus' temple. From that night onward, the cave no longer needed torchlight. The child's quiet thunder illuminated walls in pulses gentle as firefly glow. So ends the chapter of hidden infancy, a story cradled in hush and honey, in clangs designed to muffle destiny, until it learned whisper-soft self-control. As you sink toward sleep, imagine the mountain's cool breath washing over you, the cradle's cypress curve supporting your shoulders, the steady clang of carets fading into distant chimes. Feel the promise of quiet thunder thrumming just beneath your rib cage, strength waiting patiently, kindness tempering power guiding you deeper into dream realms where caves glow with gentle light and every storm knows exactly when to rest. A hush swaddled the slopes of Mount Ida as dawn exhaled rose-gold vapors across cedar crowns, but within Zeus's heart a gentle restlessness fluttered, an echo of distant pulses he still called sleeping stars. Their muffled cadence tugged at his every breath, and though the caret's bronze taps still shepherded him toward calm, he sensed the rhythm of their clangs did not quite match the slow ache thrumming beneath the earth. One morning, while Adrastea traced a spiral of honey upon flatbread, Zeus asked where wisdom dwelled when caves grew too small for it. The nymph smiled, feeling Gaia's breeze shift in silent reply, and pointed beyond the gorge to a shaded valley veiled in lavender mist. "Seek Metis," she whispered. "She steeps counsel in still water, sweetens it with patience, and pours it only when the seeker's cup no longer rattles." Zeus collected a goat-skin flask, a fistful of thyme, and with Ida's blessing, slipped barefoot down a trail cushioned in dew as the mountains hummed a protective lull. The valley received him like an unspoken promise, ferns bowing, thrushes pausing mid-song, even the stream flattening its chatter into a murmur low enough to carry secrets. At its center rose a stone house no larger than a shepherd's hut, twined in vines tipped with star thistle blossoms glowing faintly even in daylight. An open doorway breathed aromas of mint, river clay, and something rarer, an almost inaudible chord that reminded Zeus of honey dropping onto warm rock, a sound you could taste more than hear. Inside, Metis sat by a clay hearth, grinding moon-pale seed pods into powder. Her eyes, twilight calm, lifted to meet his before he could speak, as if she had already stirred his reflection into her mortar. "You come carrying questions," she said, voice smooth as water over slate. "Set them down beside the fire. It is easier to serve tea when worry is not sloshing in the cup." Zeus knelt, loosening the leather tie around his flask. While Metis fetched 2 bowls carved from onyx, he studied the shelves lining her walls, jar after jar of translucent liquors, each swirling with slow, luminous motes. Labels appeared not as words, but as tiny pictographs. A feather caught in moonlight, a tear evaporating into stars, a sickle curved around an eye. Metis returned bearing a kettle the color of dawn mist. Steam coiled upward, forming temporary runes that faded before he could trace them. Pouring the infusion, she added 3 grains of the moonseed powder and a single drop from a vial marked by the pictograph of an open palm. At once the steam slowed, spiraled, and settled in a dome above the bowl, reflecting both their faces. "Sip," she invited. "Taste how calm can deepen without drowning fire." The liquid touched his tongue like cool rain on warm soil. Thyme, mint, and something mineral, perhaps mountain, bone, woven into soothing resonance. When the first bowl emptied, Zeus felt the restless flutter in his chest quiet to a steady drum, yet its beat rang clearer, as though stripped of echo. Metis nodded, satisfied, and stirred embers with a sprig of rosemary. Sparks leapt, arranged themselves into faint silhouettes that played across the hut's smoke-dark rafters. He recognized his 5 swallowed siblings, glowing like lantern moths behind a veil of dusk. Beside them shimmered a silver outline of Kronos, his chest a locked vault. The sparks pulsed in time with the heartbeats Zeus had heard beneath Mount Ida's floor. "You need not fear your father's shadow," Metis murmured. "Shadows teach us the shape of light." She ground new herbs, dandelion root for resilience, valerian for compassion, and wild fig seed for courage tempered with sweetness, then folded the mix into honey drawn from a comb shaped like a crescent moon. A single draught of this, nested in warm wine, will loosen chains forged by dread, but ingredients steep best in patience. Zeus watched as she sealed the blend in a small alabaster phial bound by vine twine. "Your path back will not mirror the one that led you here," Metis warned gently. "Mountains shift for those who carry purpose." She knelt beside him, pressing the cool phial into his hand. Up close he saw minuscule flecks of starlight swimming in the viscous gold. "Do not wield thunder when a whisper will suffice," she said. "Offer trust to the wary. Offer silence to fear until it unmasks itself as need." Her gaze flicked to the doorway where sunlight rimmed ivy leaves like molten copper. "And remember, release is not a shattering but an unfolding. If you would open your father's heart, let the hinge turn smoothly, oil it with forgiveness even as you temper the latch." Outside, a breeze rustled the vineyard of vines hugging the hut's stone. Each leaf flicked silver green, sounding like distant applause. Zeus tucked the phial inside a goat wool pouch and rose. Metis handed him a branch trimmed into the likeness of a shepherd's crook. carved with spirals that drew his thumb along an endless path. "A staff that guides without striking," she explained. "Prompt the earth where to yield, remind the sky where to ruminate." She traced a crescent at the staff's head, the echo of Cronus's sickle, repurposed into a symbol of gentle persuasion. "Return to your cave, but leave one ear tuned to rumblings beneath marble floors. When the hour ripens, you will feel the mountain breathe in, and you must breathe out, guiding thunder through the narrow gate of kindness." The journey uphill felt shorter, though path stones shifted like pages turning. Each step echoed Metis's counsel. Each heartbeat carried the steady warmth of the file. By dusk, the cave welcomed him with cypress smoke and nymph-woven lullabies. Zeus recounted his visit in quiet syllables, showing the file only after honey cakes were shared. Adrastea paled, recognizing Metis's sigil, the open palm that both gives and receives. Ide wept soft relief, seeing in the shepherd's staff the promise of command without cruelty. That night, as torches dimmed, Zeus held the staff across his knees and hummed the valley's hush until Kerit's shields rattled in their sleep, lulled by his evolving mastery. In dreamscape, Metis walked a silver river, dipping reeds into starlight and writing truths onto its mirrored surface. He woke before dawn with a clear knowing. Thunder is most precise when partnered with mercy, and a potion brewed in patience will unlock what force alone would only fracture. Days stretched into a quiet rehearsal. Zeus practiced guiding mountain breezes through reed pipes, teaching air to vibrate just so, drawing clouds into sheep-soft formations that dispersed at a word. The nymphs drilled him in stillness, holding a single breath long enough to hear moss grow. The staff became extension of pulse rather than weight. With its crescent head, he nudged boulders into new terraces, where thyme blossoms carpeted fresh soil. Meanwhile, he whispered across roots, sending calm into marble corridors of Cronus's palace. Rhea felt it as a cool hush during sleepless dawns. Star thistle petals in her garden uncurling, unfurling hope. Even within Cronus, the 5 swallowed sparks sensed faint cradle songs threading the dark Zeus's voice, promising dawn behind closed lids. When the moon next waxed to a silver platter, Zeus dreamt of an hourglass overturned. Sand inside glowed cobalt, falling upward. He woke knowing the hinge Metis had foreseen was greased and ready. The file warmed within its pouch like a heartbeat. The nymphs packed goat cheese, figs, and a skin of rainwater steeped with mountain mint, then painted his cheeks with streaks of bee-pollen gold. Adrastea pressed her forehead to his. "Carry peace on your shoulders," she whispered. Ide placed a pebble from the cave's floor into his palm smooth, cold, weighty with memory. "Stand steady," she said, "and the mountain will steady with you." Kerit's saluted, bronze greaves catching dawn fire, yet instead of clangs they offered silence, trusting thunder's new bearer to keep quiet promise. Thus set, Zeus stepped down Mount Ida's hidden track, staff in one hand, potion in the other, his breath aligned to the slow, vast cadence Metis had poured into his veins. Valleys parted clouds for him like gates of misted glass. Cedar trunks thrummed faint bass lines as he passed, and somewhere far ahead, marble corridors of a silver palace shivered. Though Cronos, balancing dawn and tide, could not yet name the reason, the boy kept stride with patience, every footfall a seed of gentle thunder, meant not to topple, but to awaken. And so, dear listener, drift upon this gentle suspense, knowing that counsel steeped in still water prepares storms to arrive as blessing, not ruin. Inhale Metis's calm. Thyme, mint, moonseed, honey. Exhale any clamor weighted in your chest. Let the shepherd's crook guide your dreams softly along mountain paths until sleep's velvet door eases open. And in that hush, remember the most powerful release often begins with the quiet turning of a hidden hinge. Morning gathers slowly on Mount Ida, as though the mountain must draw a deep, deliberate breath before surrendering its ridge line to the sun. Silvery mist pools in every hollow, muffling the bleat of wary goats and the rustle of thyme. Zeus rises from a bed of cypress boughs spread beside the cave mouth, shepherd's staff cradled like a promised star. His fingertips still tingle from last night's quiet practice, guiding a single spark of lightning through the crook's carved crescent, then folding it back into calm before it could startle the moss. All around him the nymphs move with dawn-soft grace. Adrastea kneels at a spring to rinse honeypots. Ide braids fresh sage into garlands. The Curetes, ankles swaddled in goat hide, stand sentinel on terraced ledges, their bronze shields darkened, lest any stray glint betray the cave's miracle. Every breath feels rhythmic, rehearsed, as if the mountain itself keeps time by the gentlest metronome. Yet beneath that hush hums expectancy, a low, resonant chord that began the moment Metis pressed the moonseed potion into Zeus's palm and whispered that hinges of fate turn on well-oiled silence. The first sun shaft lashes across the eastern escarpment like a thread of molten copper. It ignites dewdrops on juniper needles, turns spider silk to spun gold, and paints faint halos on the stone lintel framing the cave. Zeus steps into that newborn brightness, feeling its warmth soak his shoulders, hearing its unsung promise. Today you walk toward the locked door. He lifts the goatskin pouch that holds Metis's potion. Its honeyed weight pulses like a second heart, and knots it to his belt beside the pebble Ide, gifted for steadiness. A hush falls among his caretakers. Even the incessant spring hushes its splash as if listening for the mountain's next breath. Adrastea approaches, carrying a loaf speckled with herb seeds, and breaks it in half, pressing the larger piece into Zeus's hands. "Bread for thunder," she murmurs, voice smoky with emotion. Ide follows with a small sprig of wild lavender, tucking it behind his ear set to remind him of gentler dawns should marble corridors grow airless. Finally the Curetes form an honor arch with their shields, edges kissing like muted cymbals, wordlessly urging him downward along the hidden goat track that snakes toward fertile valleys and, beyond them, the silver palace where time keeps vigil. Each bend of the trail reveals a new hush. In one grotto, bees laze inside rock irises, heavy with nectar too sweet to hurry. In another, wind funnels through pines, playing flutes in a key so soft it might be memory rather than sound. Zeus matches his stride to this quiet orchestra, staff tapping rock only where stones already ring with rooted calm. Whenever restlessness pricks, he inhales Metis's council time, mint, moonseed letting, its imagined perfume coil around jitters, and settle them like leaves sinking through still water. Halfway down the slope he pauses at a ledge overlooking valleys furred in olive and cypress. Sunlight now climbs the palace spires in the distance, flashing across silver colonnades like stray sparks from a forge. He feels as if in the soles of his feet, Kronos at work adjusting dawn's angle, timing goal calls to crest precisely with tide, balancing each mote of dust and amber equilibrium. The picture is flawless. The flaw lies beneath. where 5 divine heartbeats throng inside their father's prison, calling to the 6th who strides toward them veiled in mountain hush. Zeus descends the final scree field, just as morning blossoms into full radiance. A shepherd tending ewes near the valley floor glimpses the boy's silhouette, a bronzed child crowned by sun flare, and feels compelled to kneel, though he knows not why. Zeus touches 2 fingers to his lips and gestures for silence. The shepherd nods, suddenly certain he has seen a dream that must be kept secret, even from the day. At a spring house farther on, women filling clay jugs. Notice their buckets lilt into perfect balance, as if water itself chooses to share its weight evenly. They smile at one another, unaware that balance is passed in human form along the orchard path beyond the reeds. Birds do not burst from branches at his approach. Instead, they flit from shadow to shadow, composing a hush that travels with him. By the time Zeus reaches the outer marble stair of Cronus's palace, the hush has grown so wide it seems the whole kingdom has paused mid-breath, waiting to hear a key turn in a lock older than dawn. The sentries at the gate, tall Titans, clad in bronze, scaled like fish recognize Rhea's features in the youth's brow and step aside, more curious than cautious. Marble columns swallow Zeus's shadow as he walks the echoing portico, each footfall muffled by mosaic floors depicting orchards he has never seen but somehow remembers. Servants in linen freeze momentarily, struck by a scent like distant rain on warm dust. Yet before they can speak, a breeze guided by the shepherd's staff twists gently past, nudging them back to their tasks, with no memory of interruption. In the throne hall, Cronos sits upon a seat carved of schist and inlaid with jet, poring over an obsidian tablet where star charts shift beneath his stylus. He senses the hush first, looks up, and finds a sun he thought a stone. Surprise flickers across his gold-bright eyes, then quickly cools into measured curiosity. Zeus kneels, offering the bread adrastea baked. "Gift of the mountain," he says simply. Cronus's fingers hover, hesitant, for he hears whispers beneath that crust whispers, shaped exactly like the prophecy he still tries to outcalculate. A banquet is summoned, figs glistening with dew, barley cakes spiced with fennel, jugs of mellow wine, yet the hall remains strangely subdued, as if chandeliers have dimmed themselves in deference to a conversation not yet spoken. Zeus breaks the bread, sharing first with his father, then partaking himself, signaling trust as Metis advised. Between measured sips of wine he tells stories of goat milk mornings, of bees that hum lullabies, of storms coaxed into gentle mists. Cronos listens, eyes narrowing not in suspicion but in reluctant admiration. He sees discipline in the boy's calm, recognizes his own meticulous cadence echoing back refined by mercy. Conversation drifts to the health of orchards, the weight of clouds, the melody of rivers, topics Cronos commands with obsessive precision. Zeus nods, praising such order, yet suggesting, in modest tones, that sometimes clouds yearn to wander unmetered. Rivers crave bends not charted by rule. Cronos counters with cautionary tales of chaos, his voice thinning like steel drawn too long, still sharp, still beautiful, but tinged with hairline tension. Zeus listens more than he argues, letting silence after each point work like soft rain on parched ground. When afternoon light tilts amber, Zeus uncorks the alabaster phial. The wine jug before Cronos gleams half empty. Zeus pours 3 drops, exactly as Metis instructed, watching them swirl into opalescent ribbons that vanish on contact. The scent of thyme and moonseed lifts, subtle yet irresistible. Kronos raises the cup, gaze fixed on some distant mental abacus, and drinks. A hush deeper than any mountain mist settles over his shoulders. The stylus slips from his fingers. He blinks once gold irises clouding to pale topaz, then exhales a breath so long it seems centuries flow through that single sigh. Zeus rests a steadying palm on his father's forearm, feeling the Titan's pulse slow to the mountain's own tempo. Around them, chandeliers dim further, as though dusk has dared to arrive early. Servants slump into benches, overcome by a peaceful drowsiness. The palace releases a soft creak, equal parts relief and anticipation. Turning hinge, opening door. Zeus stands, staff glowing faintly, and addresses the vaulted silence. Children of earth and sky hear the quiet thunder. His voice is neither shout nor whisper. It vibrates like a harp string plucked in a hall, built for echoes. Marble steps ripple as if liquefied. Mosaic orchards flicker into living color beneath his sandals. In the throne dais' shadow, Cronus' abdomen pulses with 5 soft lights. With staff raised, Zeus guides a pinpoint spark from its crescent tip, tracing a circle in the air. The spark expands into a door-shaped shimmer, reflecting a cave, a nymph's smile, the gleam of a Carit's shield. He touches the shimmer to his father's midsection. No blade, no tearing, only unfolding, the lock turning exactly where Metis promised softness would suffice. A beam of pearly light spills forth. First emerges Hestia, eyes glowing hearth amber. Next, Demeter, hair like ripened wheat. Hera regal even in confusion. Poseidon, bearing the hush of deep tide. And last Hades, cloak of starless night, swirling, but not snarling. They tumble into their brother's embrace, unharmed, ageless, singing the quiet chord he had heard since infancy. Marble pillars resonate with their reunion, chimes of freedom ringing from base to capital like wind through bamboo. Outside, clouds that had lingered obediently to Cronus' schedule now drift wherever new breezes coax them. Olive leaves shimmer silver, pasting freer sunlight. The 5 newly freed gods lift their faces to this unmetered sky, filling lungs with first breaths of autonomy. Cronus slumbers on his throne, heartbeat sensed to a lullaby too slow to harbor fear. Zeus turns, staff tip blowing like dawn's first star, and kisses his father's brow, a gesture not of conquest but of farewell to an era that must pass. Then he leads his siblings through colonnades where servants stir, blinking at the seismic hush. The gate sentries kneel, not to a king unseated but to a harmony reborn. As the 6 children step into late-day sunlight, the valley's hush transforms, no longer suspenseful, but spacious, ready to receive laughter, argument, song, and storms rightly timed. And you, listener, drifting toward sleep, may follow that hush into your own open sky. Inhale the calm of well-oiled hinges. Exhale the promise that freedom, when guided by kindness, arrives on footsteps quiet enough to cradle dreams, strong enough to herald dawn. The 6 newly freed gods moved like dawnlight across the valley floor, their bare feet brushing meadow grass that parted in hushed astonishment. Behind them, Cronus' silver palace faded into a dreamy silhouette columns, soft by distance, doorways aglow with a gentle breathing of change. Yet below that lull, Zeus sensed a deeper summons, a vibration riding the roots of cedars and descending beneath riverbeds into rifts untouched by sunlight. He paused at a curve of the stream where dragonflies hovered, and he listened not with ears alone, but with the echo sense he had honed in Mount Ida's quiet underworld. A low chord, mournful yet mighty, pulsed upward from the planet's basalt bones. The Cyclopes and the Hecatonchires were still confined in Tartarus's twilight chambers, their promise of thunderbolts, tridents, and balancing arms silenced by stone and binding spell. The note of their yearning thrummed through Zeus's ribs like distant kettle drums, stirring memories of the Kerit's bronze clang. Only now the rhythm called not to hush cries, but to martial courage. Hestia placed a warm palm over Zeus's heart, recognizing the tremor he felt. Home begins incomplete until every sibling breathes free, she murmured, voice a hearthside hush. Poseidon knelt by the brook, fingers trailing eddies, reading water's secret maps. The current curled around his wrist and confirmed the rumor of deep chambers fastened by sorrow. Hera, adjusting olive leaves in her hair, observed the sway of sparrows overhead and sensed an imbalance. Skies newly liberated still leaned upon shackled foundations. Demeter sifted soil, hearing root systems hesitate like lungs awaiting the return of steady gravity, while Hades, quietest of all, gazed at shadows pooling beneath reeds, shadows that whispered of forgotten giants dreaming in fettered dark. Each god, tuned to a different facet of creation, felt the same gap, the same need to descend. Zeus raised his shepherd's staff, its crescent head catching afternoon sun, and the six formed a circle, fingers touching, vows silent yet palpable. They would travel downward beyond marble corridors, beyond magma's red bloom, until reaching the iron doors their father had sealed long before memory. And there they would trade hush, not for clamor, but for resonance, a freedom chord vast enough to lift mountains without toppling peace. The passage revealed itself when Poseidon tapped a moss-slick boulder with two knuckles. The stone echoed hollow, then split like petals, unfurling a spiral stair chiseled by ancient will. The siblings descended single file, torch flame blooming from Zeus's fingertips and lambent spheres that floated overhead like tame moons. With every step, cooler currents replaced surface warmth, infused with briny hints of primeval sea and the metallic tang of slumbering ore. The stair broadened into galleries where walls glittered with violet mica, reflecting each god's silhouette in ripples of starlight. Far below, a waterfall thundered in slow motion, its roar muffled by sheer depth, sounding more like a mother's heartbeat than a tempest. Demeter pressed an ear to the rock and counted pulses, one giant breath every 9 of hers. Hera traced knuckles across mineral veins that pulsed faintly gold, as if sensing the regal charge she would one day wield. All felt their powers quicken in solidarity, knitting a tapestry of resolve resilient as mountain bedrock. At the stair's end, a cavern yawned vast enough to cradle Olympus itself, were someone to turn the mountain upside down. Stalagmites rose like cathedral spires. Stalactites dripped alabaster tears that chimed when they met subterranean pools. But grandeur paled beside the sorrowful tableau at the cavern's core. 3 Cyclopes Brontes, stirrups and arges sat cross-legged behind bronze lattice welded into bedrock, each enormous eye dimmed to ember glow. Shackles of celestial iron ringed their wrists, humming with runes Kronos had inscribed in fear. Beyond them, deeper in the gloom, Zeus discerned shapes like living cliffs, the Hecaton Shires, Cados, Jais, and Braideos, each bound by bands that gathered their 100 arms into bundles resembling petrified forests, their 50 calm faces reflecting stalagmite shimmer in mournful harmony. Their breathing alone stirred winds strong enough to sigh through cavern arches, yet the sound was gentle, heartbreakingly patient. The hush that had cradled Zeus in infancy now returned, but inverted. This was hush born of suppression, not serenity. Zeus advanced until lattice bars cooled the heat from his torchlight, then knelt so his gaze met Brontes' solitary violet eye. Within that giant pupil flickered mirrored memories, a newborn world where thunderbolts were possibilities rather than weapons, where forging sparks danced for joy rather than violence. Zeus spoke softly, telling of dawn over Mount Ida, of Metis' counsel, of fatherly fear turned to slumber. The Cyclops listened, ember light brightening to sunrise. Stirrups leaned forward, sniffing the air, recognizing kinship in the electricity still sparking faintly from Zeus's hair. Arges rumbled approval, a bass note that vibrated chains like lyre strings. From behind, Hestia pressed palm to the bronze lattice. It warmed, metal remembering forge fires long denied. Hera lifted crownless brow and commanded the bars to honor rightful alliance. Runes faded like ink in rain. Poseidon called water from cavern pools, letting it lap chain links, rusting arrogance from iron. Demeter coaxed mineral veins to sprout tender rootlets that pried at rivets, while Hades summoned patient shadow to lubricate stubborn hinges. Zeus tapped his staff once, just once, and every fetter unclasped with a sigh. Freedom surged but did not roar. The Cyclopes stood, stretching sinews with measured grace. Brontes rolled massive shoulders, sending harmless thunder rippling across stalactites. Stirrups cracked each knuckle, lightning flickering along fingertips, yet harming nothing. Arges exhaled heat so controlled it warm-kissed algae on cavern walls without scalding. They bowed no flourish, simply reverence in promised gifts. Brontes would craft thunderbolts honed from storm core ore. Stirrups would shape a helm to turn shadows into stealth. Arges would forge trident and aegis, balancing chaos with command. Behind them, the Hecaton Shires stirred like mountains waking. One by one, iron bands dropped, clanging once before shrinking to harmless rings of dull lead. A chorus of 50 voices intoned thanks that rumbled through aquifers, up fissures, and into the roots of world trees. Yet their gratitude was soft arms unfolding slowly, palms open, as if cradling fragile eggs. Zeus felt weight shift inside the planet, plates adjusting, rivers rerouting caressingly, clouds up top rearranging into gentler geometry. Balance, once taught as a bowstring, now resonated like a well-tuned drum. The reunion morphed into council. Cyclopes squatted around a quartz table that rose from the ground like planned furniture, while the 100-handed giant Cados laid palms 10 at a time along the rim, forming a circle of council larger than any palace rotunda. Zeus spoke of a horizon beyond father's slumber, of a new order that would cherish melody over metronome, growth over gridlock. He asked not for oaths, but for partnership. Braideos, whose 50 faces could smile simultaneously without unsettling calm, articulated the giant's reply. We will lift the mountains that would otherwise crush valleys of possibility. Jais added, voice like wind through canyon organs, but only if command listens to whisper as much as to roar. Demeter and Hestia clasped many of their hands, sealing a cord akin to roots and trusting earth with seed. Poseidon swept trident-shaped water across the cavern floor, marking boundaries that protected as surely as they empowered. Hera, seeing potential for order blended with compassion, drafted unwritten laws upon the echoing air laws that valued wisdom above fear. Hades absorbed stray shadows, weaving them into cloaks against arrogance, a quiet reminder that even gods stand best when humility drapes their shoulders. Journeying back to surface light became a procession of resonance. The Cyclopes led, hammering walking beats on shields repurposed from discarded lattice, forging music that echoed through tunnels but never shook loose a stone. Behind them, the Hecatonchires moved in spiraling formations, redistributing weight, so each footfall felt no heavier than a lover's sigh yet under their care. Fragile stalagmites previously bent grew straighter, newly supported by gentle tremors that encouraged mineral growth. The 6 siblings followed, staff glow guiding currents of warm air upward to preheat evening landscapes. When they emerged on valley grasses, sunset erupted in colors richer than any had seen, oranges infused with lightning's hidden blues, purples tinged with undersea emerald pigments freed from depths by giants' footsteps. Olive branches bowed under sudden fruit. Nightingales hesitated mid-trill, awestruck by sky's new palette. Even Cronus's distant palace windows glinted rosier as though reflecting futures he no longer charted. They camped on a knoll where cypress and laurel intertwined, forming a natural vaulted ceiling. Cyclopes built forge pits ringed with basalt. Sparks rose, threading constellations yet unborn. Hecatonchires stacked boulders into wind harps, each gust coaxing chords that lulled meadow beasts to restful vigil. Over one shared fire, Demeter roasted root vegetables, while teaching Brontes to season with thyme and salt. The giant's laughter, low and steady, melded with crackling pine, creating comfort so profound even Hades smiled in the shadows. Hera polished Serapes's protohelm, etching constellations upon its crest to remind wearer of sky's endless guidance. Poseidon consulted Arges on alloy ratios, shaping trident tines that could channel not just wrath but tidal healing. Hestia tended all flames, ensuring heat stayed embracing, not scorching. Zeus, meanwhile, traced arcs in the air, rehearsing thunderbolt trajectories soft enough to light horizons, yet precise enough to challenge injustice. Around them, crickets stitched lullabies into dusk, and the hush born of oppression matured into hush meant for contemplation. When moonrise silvered the forge smoke, Zeus stood at hilltop, surveying allies arranged like constellations on earth. He inhaled the hush he'd carried since cradle days and exhaled it across meadow, river, and sky. Above, Uranus shimmered, sensing the planet's new equilibrium. Stars brightened in agreement. Olive leaves swiveled to accept night's cool. Distant waves rhythmically welcomed Poseidon's imminent guardianship. In that moment, Zeus understood power not as thunder's shout, but as Korah's many voices blending to guide storms and shepherd stillness. He lowered his staff, crescent gleaming, and spoke so gently, even bats, circling overhead, paused wing beats to listen. From this campfire's glow we will build dawn for every living breath. Let thunder speak only when hush has been heard. Let mountains walk only to lift valleys into light. The Cyclopes bowed, the Hecatonchires clasped 100 hands in assent, and the 6 siblings exchanged smiles forged of gratitude and resolve. And you, drifting toward your own night's rest, may feel that campfire warmth settling in your chest, inviting every hush inside you to unfold into welcome space, every spark of power to ally with gentleness, until dreams rise bright as moonlit forges and carry you, calm and sure, into the deepest, most forgiving sleep. The night after the forge camp's last ember faded, peace still blanketed valley and sea, yet somewhere within that velvety hush, a single drop of tension gathered, no louder than dew sliding along a blade of grass, but bright enough to catch starlight. Zeus felt it before he named it, a micro-pulse traveling the air the way a drum's skin quivers long after the mallet lifts. Cyclopes and Hecatonchires had retired to pine-scented bowers, and his siblings dozed in ringed glades, but he remained awake at Hillcrest, staff laid across his knees like a quiet promise. Wind stroked the reeds below, tasting new freedom, and carried upward a faint metallic sigh, nothing more than bronze shields settling in the Koritz barracks miles away. Still, the sound soaked into Zeus' breathing, altering its rhythm the faintest degree. He closed his eyes, recalling Medus's counsel that storms often announce themselves with whispers, not thunder. Somewhere beyond the horizon, Kronos would soon rouse from moon-seeded sleep. And in that rousing lay the first collision between calendars forged in fear and cadences shaped by kindness. The drop of tension slid from blade to earth, vanishing into loam, but its echo remained, making night feel taller, as if the sky had stepped back to watch what dawn might bring. Dawn arrived, draped in cloud lace, so thin it seemed sewn of sighs. Demeter stirred first, sensing barley shoots tighten within husks, as if bracing for unexpected wind. She knelt, soothing them with fingertip lullabies, yet their roots quivered still. Poseidon woke to streams rearranging their murmurs, altering eddies from playful spirals to deeper, more deliberate undertows. Hera stood on a promontory listening to swallows strum the air with wings that skipped half a beat, as though sky's sheet music had gained an accidental sharp. Hestia, banking the campfire to amber calm, felt sparks leap higher than her coaxing warranted. Even Hades sensed shadows thinning faster at sunrise, fleeing to recesses not dictated by light alone. They gathered around Zeus in a hush that smelled of flint before flame. He spoke of the solitary drop, confessing its weightless clang against the stillness. Each sibling recognized an analog in their realm: grain, water, air, ember, shade subtle misalignments that, woven together, foretold a larger shift. Balance had never been static. Now it leaned, just perceptibly, toward confrontation. The gods shared neither panic nor bravado. Instead they studied the horizon where morning glimmered, acknowledging the seam where calm and coming struggle already stitched invisible threads. Before strategies could sprout, the Cyclopes emerged bearing gifts newly cooled upon anvil altars. Brontes offered Zeus the first thunderbolt, not a jagged spear but a slender rod packed with storm cores, humming in patient restraint. Stirrups proffered a helm forged from twilight ore, its brow etched with cloud glyphs that could mute the wearer's aura, allowing stealth amid swirl and spark. Argus presented a gleaming aegis whose surface mirrored onlookers back to themselves, softened by possibility, disarming hostility through reflection rather than glare. The Hecatonchires unfurled their contribution next. 3 oblong stones the size of millstones, yet light as feathers. When spun, each would hum a frequency tailored to paralyze fear without numbing thought, a lullaby for battlefields, intended to quiet rashness so dialogue might bloom. Zeus accepted each artifact with bow and blessing, instructing that none be tested until necessity ripened. The giants and cyclopes smiled, recognizing a commander who viewed armament as last lyric, not opening note. Tools ready, they dispersed giants to evergreen ridges where they would tune boulder drums for protective perimeters, cyclopes to riversides where ore cooled quickest. Forging reserves should drizzle thicken into deluge. That afternoon, clouds convened in slow congress above Cronus's palace. They stacked like pages of unwritten hymns, gray deepening to pewter, then soft iron. Inside the throne hall, Cronus surfaced from enchanted sleep, eyelids lifting as if weighed by centuries. Moonseed potion had faded into memory's fog, leaving behind a latency he misread as ordinary fatigue. He reached for the obsidian tablet, intending to recalibrate dusk, and found star charts shifted off their rails. Servants reported olive branches fruiting out of season, fish leaping run patterns unapproved by his ledgers. And worst, rumors. Marble corridors whispered that his consumed children had returned, walking valley paths with allies he had once entombed. Fear, thin but incisive, pierced the Titan's composure. He summoned loyal Titans Hyperion, with light still yoked to scheduled arcs, Iapetus sharpening shadows into lances, Atlas flexing shoulders beneath invisible weight. Yet even as orders formed, Cronos hesitated, recalling bread shared with the boy of Mount Ida, who had spoken so gently of unmetered clouds. Beneath royal rigidity flickered paternal ache, but prophecy's echo burned hotter, overthrow by offspring. He felt the first raindrop of dread fall upon the seal of his will. Far below, Gaia felt her crust tighten where Titan footfalls gathered. She sent tremors north to warn her youngest pantheon, vibrating through limestone like muffled bells. Zeus, decoding these pulses, convened council at Meadows' center. They sat in a circle 6 gods, 3 cyclopes, 300-handed giants cross-legged, palms upward. No one raised voice. Instead they breathed together until hearts synchronized with wind harps the giants had built. Hera drafted diplomatic overtures, elegantly phrased invitations for dialogue. Demeter suggested offering fertile fields as neutral ground. Poseidon vowed to keep seas calm so emissaries could travel without storm. Hestia would prepare hearth fires at every proposed meeting site, while Hades offered shadows as private chambers for vulnerable discussion. Thus, strategy's first layer resembled hospitality more than siege. Yet Zeus also plotted contingencies. Thunderbolt trajectories mapped to sky rivers, seismic lullabies positioned where giant arms might need to redirect mountains. Conflict, if it arrived, must unseat tyranny without eroding ground for future peace. Their council ended with shared silence, so profound meadow crickets paused, unsure whether night had arrived early. Cronus received Hera's olive branch letter at dusk, parchment carried by wind tamed to speech's softest velocity. Its phrasing respectful, yet steadfast stung pride worn thin after betrayal's sting. He crushed the scroll, though not before a sentence lingered. We seek a chord that honors cycles, not conquers them. The wording echoed his own youthful ideals before fear had hollowed them. Atlas urged decisive thunder. Hyperion advocated blinding radiance to cow rebellion. Iapetus hissed of surgical shadow. But Cronos hesitated, hearing the drip of that single raindrop inside his thoughts, its rhythm slower than any beat he had charted. During the night he wandered colonnades, passing tapestries depicting golden fields under eternal dusk scenes he now recognized as beautiful yet static, petals that never fell, rivers that never changed course. A deeper drip joined the first, remorse faint but rhythmically sure. At marble balcony he gazed toward Mount Ida, silhouetted by moon. Above peaks, clouds pulsed with occasional blue flicker. The silent rehearsal of thunder Zeus refused to unleash prematurely. That restraint unsettled Kronos more than aggression would have. While Father wrestled conscience, Zeus prepared valley folk dryads, shepherds, river nymphs for possible tremor. He framed instructions as lullaby. Gather lambs near stone outcrops. Lead children to root caves lined with moss. Carry water in walnut bowls, so every sip is mindful. The people obeyed not out of fear but trust. They had sensed change riding breezes, scented with newly liberated olive blossom. Poseidon-shored river banks with water walls transparent as dragonfly wings, ready to flex into levees if Titans chose flood. Demeter taught grains to fold heads low should shockwaves ripple the soil. Hades lined every burrow with cool calm, promising safe darkness without dread. Hestia spread hearth flames into glowing torches along paths leading toward negotiation groves, lights that said welcome even while warning we see you. Cyclopes hammered final touches on thunderbolt cores, but packed them in velvet-lined chests. The weapons slept lighter than feathers, dreaming of being needed only as symbols. Hecatonchires choreographed arm waves that could diffuse avalanches, demonstrating to shepherds how mountains might bow without crushing valleys. 2 mornings later, metallic clouds released actual rain, not a deluge, merely a curtain of silver threads whispering through olive branches. Each drop cooled feverish leaves, pattering like soft applause for restraint. Zeus stood beneath the rainfall, letting it bead on eyelashes, sensing every droplet negotiate with gravity, fall, touch, release. Above he felt Kronos' presence on palace balcony, also standing in rain, steps mirrored across miles. In that unspoken symmetry lay a possibility, 2 eras acknowledging one sky. Zeus raised hand to clouds. Thunder muttered, but did not flash. Across distance, Kronos lifted palm the same. For heartbeat long, the first raindrop seemed enough, that singular acknowledgment of shared horizon. Then Hyperion stepped beside his king, eyes blazing with scheduled suns urging force. Storm cores thickened, rivulets on marble stairs, sharpening into channels primed for cascade. The hinge had turned. The door now wavered between further opening and sudden slam. Night approached clad in violet storm robes, and valleys held collective breath. Zeus summoned siblings and allies to moonlit clearing where forged sparks earlier rose. He spoke plainly. Negotiation still possible, but Titan mobilization imminent. Cyclopes unlatched velvet chests, thunderbolts shimmering soft blue, like lightning heard, but not yet seen. Hecatonchires positioned at valley rim, arms layered in concentric rings ready to catch boulders before they dreamed of falling. Hera dispatched swallows carrying final scrolls of parley. Demeter planted ring of poppies whose pollen would soothe rage if wind cooperated. Poseidon stilled seas into mirrored calm as visual plea. Hades opened restful burrows should innocence need swift shelter. All waited. Even crickets deferred song. The first raindrop of war hung mid-air poised, shining, undecided reflecting torches, stars, hopes of peace, weight of prophecy. So settle now into the hush between drop and splash. Feel rain's cool promise on your brow, but keep ears tuned to distant thunder that might yet choose lullaby over roar. Inhale the scent of wet thyme, olive wood, forge smoke, gentled by restraint, and exhale trust that storms guided by kindness can water fields rather than drown them. Let eyelids drift closed as clouds knit overhead, carrying quiet negotiations in every bead of silver, holding back deluge until dawn decides which rhythm the world will step to next. The first skirmish never came. Instead, the war announced itself in polite increments, raindrop arguments on marble, low-pressure sighs along valley floors, stray sparks kissing iron shields, only to sputter like tired fireflies. From the outside it looked almost tranquil. Storm clouds gathering with choreographed restraint, titans drilling on plateau ridges without crossing the olive line Zeus's torchbearers had traced in flickering invitation. Yet beneath that surface calm, tension coiled tight, as harp strings tuned to the brink of song. Historians would later call the era a decade-long armistice. Poets named it the Quiet Siege. For Zeus and Kronos, it became a paradoxical classroom, a place where father and son studied one another through mirrored storms, refining tactics the way calligraphers refine strokes, each brush of cloud or tremor of earth correcting the last until conflict felt almost indistinguishable from courtship. Kronos struck first, if one can call it a strike, by bending daylight at the horizon, so evenings lingered longer than Zeus's carefully seeded poppies could bloom. The shift confused bees, stalled barley ripening, and tugged shepherds' shadows into elongated unease. Zeus answered not with lightning, but with wind, a hush current rooted through cedar corridors that persuaded dusk to curl back on itself, wrapping Kronos's extra hours in velvet twilight until the Titan's stretched day shrank to its original contour. No thunderbolts were thrown, no valleys burned, yet both rulers felt the weight of that invisible exchange, a silent scoring of points in a match whose board spanned sky and soil. The pattern repeated. Kronos nudged tides to creep inland. Poseidon coaxed moon pull to siphon them home. Kronos thickened cloud cover just enough to starve fig blossoms of morning light. Apollo, still a dream in Leto's womb, lived briefly in Zeus's fingertip as the sun coaxed a sliver of sun through the overcast, rescuing fruit without singeing leaves. These micro-maneuvers left no scars but carved deep channels of vigilance in every participant. Cyclopes posted watch on mist-bluffed crags, their single eyes dilating to midnight lanterns that tracked Titan troop rehearsals like cartographers mapping migrating constellations. Hecaton shires drilled beneath root and river, learning to catch tremors the way musicians catch tempo, so any tectonic mischief Kronos planned would be muffled into harmless resonance. Demeter signed peace covenants with Valley Rye, instructing each stalk to bend rather than break should shockwaves ripple the dirt. The Rye, in turn, kept ears tuned to subterranean murmurs, relaying tremble reports up wind-whispered chains, faster than any scout on horseback. Hera established a network of Swallow's regal couriers dressed in blue dusk, who ferried scrolls between Olympus camp and Kronos's marble bastion, their flight paths carefully plotted to weave diplomacy into the very fabric of skyway currents. Inside Kronos's halls, dissent brewed gently like herbs steeped too long. Atlas, burdened by invisible heavens, questioned why strength must remain idle against a sun wielding courtesy as shield and spear. Iapetus forged shadow lances in secret alcoves, each weapon humming impatience for a target. Hyperion alone found music in the languid conflict, sculpting auroras above no man's land that painted truce lines in ethereal greens and violets. Some nights Kronos wandered those same auroras, fingertips skimming iridescent drapery, pondering whether prophecy or pride kept his hand from decisive thunder. He recalled bread shared with Zeus, stories of goat milk tranquillities, and wondered if conquest would silence something precious even within victory. Yet prophecy's whisper remained constant. A child will dethrone you. Fear rarely shouts. It repeats, quiet and relentless, until action becomes inevitability. Zeus, too, wrestled private storms. Each dawn he polished thunderbolt cores, testing their weight, listening for imbalance that might betray haste. He practiced release without discharge, snapping his wrist so the bolt halted centimeters from flight, an exercise in mercy disguised as muscle memory. At night he lay among cedar needles, staff across chest, and rehearsed conversations with his father that began in forgiveness but ended in stalemate. Hestia noticed dark rings under his eyes and brewed chamomile, steeped with ember glow, reminding him that hearths require fuel, but also time to cool. Poseidon lured him to moonlit coves where waves recited lullabies, teaching the trick of letting fury roll out with the tide, rather than crash inside the ribcage. Hades offered silent fellowship, sitting beside his brother in shadowed groves where words proved unnecessary. Sometimes the pure absence of noise soothed more than counsel. The 8th year introduced music to the standoff literally. Cyclopes, inspired by giant wind harps, forged bronze pan pipes large enough to cradle in mountain valleys. When played by Brontes' steady breath, the pipes released chords that traveled 30 leagues. Vibrating bowstrings inadvertently left taunt in Titan garrisons. What sounded to rebels like lullaby registered to Kronos' troops as disquieting reminder that every sword's echo belonged to someone else's melody. Titans retaliated with resonance towers, quartz obelisks tuned by coups to refract sound waves back upon themselves, muffling Cyclopean music into distant rumor. Yet the countermeasure backfired pleasantly. Shepherds near the towers heard only soothing undertones and slept dreamless for the first time in years. Even conflict's innovations seemed bent towards comfort, as though the land itself colluded with peace. Still, not all misfires were benign. On the first day of the 9th spring, Iapetus loosed a spear of pure shadow into a thunderhead sculpted by Zeus, a test shot aimed at nothing. The spear pierced cloud belly, shredding carefully woven moisture nets, and rain burst free in a blinding sheet over an unsuspecting hillside village. No lives were lost, but barley sprouts drowned before they could root, and Demeter's grief pulsed through acres of soil, turning it fallow for a season. Zeus answered by striking a far-off seabed with controlled lightning, raising steam pillars that warned Titans of his precision. Yet even then, both sides limited harm. The village rebuilt on higher ground with Poseidon's tidal guidance, and Iapetus sheathed further lances, chastened by unintended sorrow. Tension crystallized into near climax in the 10th year, when Kronos commissioned Hyperion to darken the sun for a day, hoping brief eclipse might unsettle rebel morale. Hyperion complied selectively, weaving a veil only faint enough to tint daylight rose. Olympus camp interpreted the hue as good omen sunset, arriving early to celebrate forthcoming dawn. Hera penned another letter, gilded in sunset ink, inviting Kronos to parley at neutral plateau beneath the rose sky. To every watcher's astonishment, Kronos accepted. He arrived unarmed, mistrust skittering behind his gaze, but curiosity dragging alongside. The meeting produced neither treaty nor feud. Instead, father and children shared olives dipped in newfound empathy, discussing calendars that flexed rather than fixed. When they parted, both camps claimed progress, yet prepared for storm, because prophecy still hung like sword above unshielded heads. Thus ended 10 years of peaceful strife, an era where each raindrop of war evaporated before pooling into flood, but left mineral outlines of future deluge. Valleys memorized evacuation paths. Cyclopes perfected humane thunder. Titans recalibrated pride against rising doubt. And you, gentle listener, may find comfort in knowing even gods can argue softly for a decade, turning potential cataclysm into cautious choreography. Let your breath mimic their measured storms. Inhale the charge of distant lightning. Exhale the hush that keeps it from striking. Feel the weight of unhurried conflict melt from your shoulders like mist at dawn, and drift into sleep wrapped in the quiet conviction that tension tempered by patience can stretch years without snapping, giving every heart, mortal or divine, room to choose wisdom over wrath when the decisive hour finally calls. The 11th spring after the quiet siege dawned with a hush so complete it startled even the birds that usually broke night's final seam. In that silence, Zeus felt the long suspended storm slip one hidden stitch. A single poppy in Demeter's field refused to open, its petals sealed like red wax around a private warning. Far away in his silver palace, Kronos rose from a restless half-slumber and discovered the bronze stylus. He used to fix the morning's angle, had cracked down the shaft metal fatigue where no flaw should exist. Such omens meant little alone. Yet over valleys, coastlines, and cloud banks the same tiny misalignments echoed. A shepherd's bell chimed half a beat late. River mist condensed into shapes of broken circles. Katos the giant noticed his 100th heartbeat skipping past its neighbor. Like the first tremor that precedes avalanche, these minor stumbles announced a world whose careful truce had stretched to final fiber. Zeus inhaled mist laced with time and distant ocean salt, tasting prophecy turning sharp. He summoned siblings and allies beneath the laurel canopy, where peace treaties hung like luminous scrolls, and the leaves overhead shivered, as though preparing to shed. 10 years of patient restraint had taught everyone the art of soft conflict. Now they would need to learn the mercy inside decisive thunder. Kronos, feeling walls of certainty thin, called Titan lords to his obsidian council chamber. Atlas arrived first, neck cords taut with unspent storms. Iapetus floated behind him, cloak stitched of restless shadows. Hyperion radiated bronze daylight, grown too bright for halls dimmed by uncertainty. Kronos unfolded star charts that once obeyed him, only to watch constellations slip one notch beyond their lines, like children stepping out of an aging portrait. He tried to explain the defect as cosmic drift, but heard his voice falter, a monarch faced with math that no longer obeyed the crown. When Atlas pressed for force, Kronos consented at last, though the concession tasted of rust on his tongue. They would march at dawn, crossing the olive line, capturing Cyclopean forges, and binding Zeus's nascent throne in chains of schedule. Yet even as he issued the order, he recalled the boy offering mountain bread, and the memory rang strangely sweet too sweet for a mind braced for war. Pocketing that doubt, Kronos donned gilded armor chased with whip-thin constellations, and stepped into corridors alive with clanging preparations, the hush of long war finally breaking into metallic speech. Word of Titan mobilization reached the valley on cedar-scented drafts before any legion's foot disturbed soil. Cyclopes reported signal torches flare at cliff-top strongholds, their violet eyes reflecting each anxious flicker. Hecatonchires heard the march miles away, not with ears, but through the subtle leaning of hills beneath synchronized tut. They sent root-deep warnings up into oaks, and leaves rustled messages down to gods. Within hours, Zeus convened his circle amid the ring of giant wind harps, their strings already humming battle's overture. He wore thunderbolt harness across his shoulders like a modest sash, not a boast. Hera donned a breastplate mirror bright, able to show attackers their anger and invite second thoughts. Poseidon's new trident, polished by coral dust, rested beside a shallow basin of seawater, ready to magnify its tide song. Demeter pinned ears of spring wheat to her hair, a pledge that fields would heal after upheaval. Hestia cradled a portable hearth flame sheltered in bronze petals, promising warmth for wounded or weary foe. Hades slipped through light and shadow at camp's edge, cloak brewing twilight platelets to seal fear's open wounds. No speeches of wrath, only consensus that mercy within power would guide every exchange. Yet each eye acknowledged that mercy sometimes hardens, like clay fired to hold water. Night fell damp and windless, stirring torch smoke into low ribbons that clung to meadow grass. Zeus patrolled sentry lines where dryads and shepherds mingled with armored cyclopes. He greeted each with palm-to-heart gesture, reminding them the war ahead sought liberation from dread, not dominion for new tyrants. Far across ravine and olive grove, Titan campfires glowed a sullen copper. Atlas's silhouette colossus back-bent beneath invisible celestial dome loomed over tents like a living cliff. Hyperion rehearsed sun flares between gauntlets, turning night sky coral for seconds at a time. Each flare found Hera's mirrored shield, catching light and tossing it back as gentle dawn, refusing to escalate brightness into burn. Throughout the no-man's land, quiet reigned so complete that when a lone cicada sang its late-season song, both armies paused, as if nature itself demanded one more hush before thunder's verdict. Zeus closed eyes and whispered gratitude to cicada, then exhaled lightning into clouds overhead, not bolt, but charge priming sky for controlled reply when morning's first spear inevitably flew. Dawn cracked like an eggshell painted in bruised rose. Titans advanced in triple phalanx, bronze plates glistening with dew, each step condensing fog into disks that burst underfoot. Iapetus loosed a spear of shadow identical to the test shot 3 springs prior, but this time aimed not at cloud, but at Zeus himself. Thunderbolt answered, not savage but precise. Zeus split the spear with blue-white streak, its broken halves dissolving into harmless soot before touching field. Thunderclap rolled, softer than a drum at funeral, yet firm enough that Titans paused mid-stride. Cyclopes then rotated their mountain panpipes, releasing a bass chord tuned to loosen knee joints and slacken jaw clench. Titans wobbled, not undone, but anger's edge dulled by sudden muscular mercy. Hecatonchires within ridgeline alcoves flexed select arms, redirecting tremor pulses so battlefield soil rippled like rug shaken once, toppling no one but reminding all that earth itself kept score. For 40 heartbeats, combat resembled rehearsal. Attack softened by dialogue, defense framed as invitation to parley. Then Atlas roared a sound older than language, lunging with star bludgeon raised. Zeus met him halfway, thunderbolt half drawn, and the battlefield inhaled, awaiting collision. But collision sounded like rain on cedar, not granite cracking. Zeus angled bolt to strike Atlas's bludgeon, not flesh. The impact diffused bright charge through bronze, vibrating up Titan arms into spine, resetting posture but sparing bone. Atlas staggered, eyes clearing as if jolt shook cobweb fear from reason. He saw his foe not as insurrectionist, but as son shaped by both mountain hush and father's ordering, seeking correction, not erasure. Confusion slowed Titan ranks. Hyperion tried to ignite skyfire, but Hera's mirror spread his blaze into radiant aurora beautiful. Harmless and Suncaller felt pride bleed into wonder. Iapetus summoned deeper shadow, but Hades wrapped it in velvet dusk, whispering, "Rest your fear, brother," and the lance melted to night breeze. Throughout formations, Titans grappled with weaponry that either dissolved or returned reflection of their own misgivings. They found themselves fighting emotions rather than opponents, and emotion turned liquid under Olympian compassion, pooling in trenches they had dug for aggression. Kronos, observing from marble outcrop, realized battle slipped beyond salvage. Desperation sharpened his resolve. Prophecy's echo screamed that mercy equaled doom. He leapt from ledge, wielding sickle of starlight, once used to sever sky from earth, its arc carving air into fear. Zeus advanced alone, nodding siblings to hold formation. Father and son met within hush-torn clearing, ringed by poppies Demeter had planted. Rain-dropped tension of years condensed into duel of glances, then words neither shouted. Kronos accused, "You unravel rhythm." Zeus replied, "I tune rhythm to living breath." Sickle slashed, thunderbolt intercepted, sparks scattering like fireflies freed from jar. Each strike that followed lit meadow in strobe. Kronos' blows geometric, precise, Zeus' counters curving, adaptive. Lightning licked sickle blade, singing metal into incandescent tears. Finally, thunderbolt locked under sickle's crescent, levering it skyward. Zeus pivoted, wrapping father in rolling embrace rather than blow, driving both to knees amid poppies whose pollen rose like gold dust hallowing war. In that embrace, Kronos felt heartbeats, his son's, those of 5 children he had swallowed, and recognized echo of lullaby he had once hummed before fear taught his hands to close. The sickle fell from grasp, sinking blade first into forgiving earth. Gaia answered surrender with seismic whisper, opening gentle fault that flowered into spiral staircase of living vines. Hecatonchires approached, palms wide as valediction, guiding Kronos toward vine-coated descent, not as jailers, but caretakers. Kronos, weary as sunset stretched too long, accepted path with bowed head. Atlas, relieved, allowed invisible heavens to slide onto new shoulders. Catos and Briareos volunteered, each with 50 arms to distribute weight across more hands. Hyperion knelt, extinguishing excess sunfire. Iapetus veiled shadows into restful folds. Titans laid arms at feet of Olympians, not in defeat, but in offering. Zeus retrieved the sickle, severing remaining chains around hearts by burying blade beneath laurel roots, where metal would rust into nutrients for future seasons. Thunderclouds drained blue, leaving sky rinsed and quiet. When last Titan footsteps faded into vine spiral's hush, meadow exhaled. Poppies straightened, rivers resumed playful eddies, and barley in distant fields, once drowned, now replanted rows taller than first sowing. Cyclopes doused forge fires, letting iron rest. Hecatonchires carved wind harps into peace memorials, each gust promising vigilance without alarm. Hera convened assembly to draft new cycles, flexible yet rhythmic, honoring Father's ordered legacies while breathing in Zeus's kindness. Poseidon lifted seas to kiss droughted coasts, erasing war's footprint. Demeter scattered seeds saved from fallow year into newly aerated soil. Green shoots promised harvest heavier than sorrow. Hestia rekindled hearth at valley center, its plume curled upward, beacon of warmth, not conquest. Hades sealed vine stairs' entrance with obsidian door that sang lullaby when touched, ensuring Cronus's rest remained restful, not punitive. Zeus clanged ridge where cicada first signaled storm. He thanked it now, releasing thunderbolts skyward, not as weapon but as beacon, a silent flash that informed stars the hinge had turned fully, door standing open to gentler era. So, dear listener, let your eyelids flutter like poppy petals settling after breeze, and sense the world's new hush, neither strained nor tentative, but vibrant with peace earned by mercy wielded through strength. Inhale memory of lightning held back until guidance aligned. Exhale dread swallowed like Cronus once swallowed hope, then humbled by his children's embrace. Feel ground stable beneath you, mountain shoulders distributed across countless caring hands. Know that every storm, when met with dialogue, can choose rain that nourishes rather than flood that drowns. And as you drift into sleep, imagine thunderbolt fading into night's velvet, its last glow writing lullaby across sky. Power softened, his power perfected. Endings cradled gently invite beginnings bright as dawn over Mount Ida. The first sunrise after Cronus's fall arrived unannounced, seeping across the horizon in soft gradients of peach and pewter rather than breaking in triumphant fanfare. Clouds hovered low, still drowsy from the night's negotiations, and allowed light to filter through them in wide, languorous stripes linen sheets pulled back from a sleeping world. Zeus stood alone on the ridge where his thunderbolt had vanished into velvet dusk, staff planted like a shepherd's crook in tilled soil. He inhaled the new air, noticeably lighter, as though someone had opened a long-shut window in the cosmic attic, and exhaled the breath that felt older than his own voice. In the silence he heard subtle calibrations taking place. Distant glaciers easing their expansive size, cedar roots loosening from defensive knots, and the high, crystalline tinkle of ice, clinging to mountaintop boulders deciding to melt a fraction more slowly, so valley rivers would not flood in excitement. The sky above, newly unburdened by the rigid grid Cronus had insisted upon, seemed to stretch itself like a cat after an overly disciplined nap-testing flexibility, discovering how pleasant it could be to let a cloud drift a little off-tempo, or encourage a gull to glide twice around an updraft just for the joy of it. At the shoreline, Poseidon surveyed his briny dominion, trident tip resting on a slick basalt outcrop. The sea was neither mirror-flat nor storm-capped. It breathed in stately undulations like an orator who knows that the pause carries as much power as the proclamation. He summoned a single cresting wave, curled as neatly as a scroll, and let it unfurl against his ankles, testing salinity, temperature, and the hum of tides freed from obsessive scheduling. Behind him lay fishing skiffs whose masts resembled sleepy herons. Their captains still snored in seaside huts, unaware that the sea had pledged to meet them later with rhythmic generosity rather than fickle riptides. Poseidon whispered into the foam a promise that no coastal village would drown by surprise for as long as memory of the recent strife remained fresh. With a flick of his wrist, he braided 3 currents that once moved in rival directions into a single, steady gyre, sending it off like an ambassador of aquatic compromise. Dolphins followed the corridor he created, clicking joyous announcements to sponge gardens and coral citadels that a gentler administration now presided from surface to abyss. High overhead, Hera conducted the sky's tentative opera, her mirror-bright cuirass reflecting dawn so brilliantly that swallows chasing insects turned mid-flight to investigate the stray sunbeam in their midst. She had spent a sleepless night drafting the framework of winds and airy charter that encouraged breezes to roam without colliding, taught cloud herds the etiquette of yielding altitude, and set forth equitable guidelines for rain-sharing across ridge and plain. Now she lifted both palms as if holding invisible reins. In response, Cirrus Maras cantered into formation, vacating lanes for cumulus caravans that lumbered east, carrying tomorrow's rainfall. Lower still, a fleet of cottony cumulus congestus paused above a dry plateau until Hera tilted her head. Obedient, they rolled onward, scheduled to release showers, only once the shepherds had corralled their lambs. When her choreography was complete, she stamped her spear but lightly against a granite slab. A soft boom resonated as sonic affidavit, committing every attending gust to the new code. Satisfied, she lowered her arms, permitting skylarks to sow cheerful zigzags through the airspace, their songs no longer clipped by rigid altitudes Cronus had once enforced. In the forests, Hestia walked between trunks as wide as city gates, carrying her portable hearth no larger than a tortoise shell, yet radiating a warmth that coaxed dew to rise like incense. As she placed the ember vessel atop a mossy boulder, woodpeckers halted their tapping, for they mistook its glow for a miniature sunrise. Hestia's task was less dramatic than her siblings, but perhaps more crucial, rekindling communal trust in flame. Under Cronus's rule, fire had been rationed, its timings calculated so strictly that evening hearths often faded mid-story, leaving families to finish legends beneath timid starlight. Now she knelt, urging the ember to divide into a dozen smaller coals, each the size of a robin's egg. Fireflies volunteered to escort the coals, guiding them into hollows where cold had lingered too long. Soon distant cottages flickered in forest gloom, and the smell of bread dough meeting iron cauldrons drifted outward. With every new hearth sparked, the boulder-top ember diminished an equal portion, though never extinguished, illustrating the principle she whispered into every flame: heat shared is heat renewed. Meanwhile, Hades slipped beneath root shadow, where sunlight dared not linger, tasked with auditing the echo chambers left by war. He traversed silent caverns perfumed by mineral cold, closing fissures that reverberated with leftover combat dread phantom lances of sound that could startle field mice into premature hibernation. In one grotto, he discovered a seam of obsidian humming like a distant swarm. Recognizing the frequency of Titan fear, he laid his palm upon the black glass and siphoned vibration into his cloak, where it dissolved into velvet. In another, he found a mausoleum of abandoned shadow lances forged by Olympus. Rather than destroy them, he coaxed each into a harmless silhouette that flitted wall to wall like shy bats, eventually fluttering upward through cracks to rejoin honest night. When his circuit ended at cave mouth, dusk was deepening. Yet the air tasted less foreboding, as though the planet had exhaled a weight it hadn't realized it carried. Hades inhaled one lungful of that lighter darkness, then vanished into twilight, content that underworld and overworld now shared a single, uncluttered silence. The Cyclopes and Hecatonchires convened at a broad table, carved from a fallen cedar, whose rings bore witness to epics of cosmic temper tantrums. They drafted a covenant of crafts, swearing that hammer and hand would henceforth serve balance first, brilliance second. Brontes signed with a stylized thundercloud, stirrups with a lightning glyph, arges with a molten sun. Jais impressed 50 thumbprints in neat concentric circles, while Catos added a spiral of intersecting palms. Briareos followed last, his signature a graceful flourish that somehow contained all 100 hands in a single line. Together they sealed the parchment under a paperweight forged from Cronus' discarded crown melted, annealed, and reshaped into a clear orb holding only the faintest swirl of gold. A reminder that authority refashioned by humility can become as transparent as glass. The moment the wax hardened, a breeze deterministic yet playful swept across the clearing, scattering seed pods of dandelion into sunlight. Even pollen seemed eager to bear witness to a new era in which creation would spring from cooperation rather than coercion. As afternoon matured, Atlas lowered the celestial dome weight, redistributed after decades of solitary burden, onto a dais crafted by the giants, a rotating plinth that allowed stars to glide with minimal friction. He stepped back, rubbing liberated shoulders, astonished that the heavens did not crash, but instead hummed contentedly like a balanced top. Zeus approached and clasped Atlas's forearm, acknowledging sacrifice without words. The two gazed up as constellations realigned themselves in leisurely drift, no longer shackled to Cronus's metronomic tick. Astral patterns seemed to wiggle, cracking stiff joints before settling into new arcs that would later guide sailors and philosophers alike. Already fresh shapes hinted at stories unborn, a lyre tuned for future poets, a torch destined to guide weary travelers, a branching river path encouraging wanderlust. Atlas exhaled, clouding the air in a white plume. To his surprise, the plume twirled upward, joining a newborn nebula, in celebratory echo rather than dissipating. Freedom, it seemed, had become contagious. Even to exhale was to launch a tiny festival into the cosmos. Finally, as shadows lengthened like velvet ribbons across valley and peak, Zeus summoned all beings divine, mortal, creature, and spirit to a grand clearing where fireflies arranged themselves into natural chandeliers. At the meadow's center stood the rusted sickle, still planted where he had buried it beneath laurel roots. Around the blade grew a ring of white poppies, each petal painted with an irregular scarlet vein that marked both memory of bloodshed and promise of healing. Addressing the assembly in a tone pitched between lullaby and proclamation, Zeus outlined the covenant of calmer earth. Thunder would henceforth report to justice, not jealousy. Cycles would flex for need rather than dictate appetite. And every power, whether tool or tempest, would undergo one simple evaluation before use. Does this act honor the hush from which life draws its very breath? Cheers rose, modest at first, then swelling as waves of relief broke over those who had braced for harsher edict. Cyclopes clanged bronze in celebratory cadence. Rivers rippled applause against their banks. Even owls hooted midday approval, forgetting their nocturnal schedules in newfound excitement. Night tiptoed in at last, bringing with it a quilt of constellations, novice in their freedom, but determined to shine responsibly. Hestia's portable hearth flickered at the meadow's edge, encouraging stories rather than vigilance. Demeter handed out loaves baked from the first truly free harvest. Poseidon contributed salt-sprinkled seaweed crisps. Hera poured wine fermented beneath winds of equitable treaty. Hades served figs cooled in underworld caverns, sweetened by latent starlight. As laughter rippled across campfires, Zeus drifted to a quiet knoll overlooking all he sought to shepherd. He leaned on his staff, eyes half-lidded, listening not for threat, but for the soft syncopation of a planet relearning ease. Somewhere cicadas lazed into late-season corral. Somewhere else a poppy finally opened, tardy but triumphant. Zeus smiled, knowing that true calm is not the absence of noise, but the presence of every voice in rightful proportion. So, dear listener, let this chorus guide you now. Inhale the mild scent of laurel and distant sea spray. Exhale any echoes of rigid clocks that once paced your heart. Allow eyelids to rest beneath this calmer sky, trusting the earth below has loosened its shoulders too. Sleep, then, in cadence with fields unafraid of falling rain, mountains unafraid of waking stars, and gods unafraid of wielding power. Softly each heartbeat, a footstep across newly forgiving ground. Morning dew still clung to laurel leaves like tiny crystal lanterns when Zeus convened the first high council beneath a sky that no longer kept secrets in its grid lines. A wide circle of limestone slabs freshly quarried, yet already soft by creeping moss, formed the council ring atop a gentle knoll, its summit skirted by wheat, heather, and nodding poppies. Here the hush of freshly liberated air mingled with distant gull cries and the low murmur of a river content to meander without mandate. In the center, 3 cedar chests rested on a cloth spun from the first threads of dawn. One chest streaked with wisps of pearl, one veined in sea-green malachite, and the last carved from obsidian that drank the sun and offered back only a shy twinkle of light. They held no treasure, yet only the promise that realms once tangled in dread would now be sorted with steady hands and calmer hearts. Zeus arrived first, shepherd's staff in hand, thunderbolt cores dormant at his hip, the shepherd now more than the storm-bringer. Hera followed, a mantle of breeze-polished feathers across one shoulder, her mirror shield shimmering enough to reflect clouds that drifted where they wished. Poseidon strode up the slope next, bare feet damp from shoreline wanderings, trident braced like a walking stick, more than a weapon. Hades emerged silently from shadow cast by a solitary cypress. The tree itself sighed with relief, feeling no chill despite his passage. Demeter and Hestia came together, arms woven like ivy, carrying loaves fragrant with honeyed grain, and a lantern whose flame smelled faintly of cinnamon. The Cyclopes stood as ceremonial witnesses, one eye each reflecting dawn, and the Hecaton Chires formed a living colonnade along the perimeter, their many palms lifted in a gesture that blessed discussion without stifling breeze. Zeus unrolled a parchment older than ink, its surface a living scroll of vellum that pulsed with faint silver veins. The charter Gaia herself had dreamt, while time still slumbered in chaos's cradle. Upon it swirled sketches of 3 domains, the boundless sky where starlight and thunder converse, the rolling, briny deep where currents weave tapestries of foam, and the hush-cooled underworld, a warren of echoing caverns, seed chambers, and restful shadow. Each portrait shimmered, neither fixed nor distant, as if waiting to learn its keeper's face before settling into any final shape. Zeus cleared his throat, voice pitched at the volume of lullaby. "We assign not supremacy," he began, tapping staff on warm stone, "but stewardship. A realm accepts only those who listen to its oldest weather and bow to its youngest sighs." Hera stepped forward first, though by custom she was excluded from the lot. Still, she lifted the pearl-veined chest's lid and placed inside a feather plucked from her mantle, its barbs meticulous, edges soft as forgiveness. "Let whichever realm this feather chooses remember justice before judgment," she said, and the nymphs listening at the knoll's foot felt their shoulders loosen, as though an invisible yoke had fallen away. Poseidon followed, nudging a small clay amphora of seawater into the malachite chest. The liquid glowed turquoise where sunlight struck, and tiny wavelets lapped the clay rim, eager to explore. "Wherever this water rests," he intoned, "may curiosity exceed conquest, currents exceed cages." Hades approached last, drawing from his cloak a single pomegranate seed, wreathed in faint silver frost. He tilted the obsidian chest open and let the seed drop with a soft click. "Let every end cradle beginnings," he whispered, "and let quiet guide the traveler safely through shadow." Zeus closed each lid in turn, then spun the 3 chests slowly, spinning them again, until orientation meant nothing, and each shimmered into blur. Cyclopes hummed a drone that resonated with cedar grain. The chests vibrated, edges blurring like water in heavy rain. At last they stopped, lids snapping ajar on their own accord. The feather leapt skyward, pirouetting until it dissolved into high thermals that carry swift and silent dreams alike, signaling Zeus's guardianship of the limitless air. The amphora drained downward through the stone like water seeking root, tunneling a murmuring route toward trenches, where bioluminescent creatures already rehearsed chorales signifying Poseidon's bond to the sea. The pomegranate seed rolled across the knoll, slipped into a fissure so narrow even ant legs would argue passage, then pulsed once, content confirming Hades would govern restful depths, where endings curl like ferns into new story scrolls. Demeter, who had abstained from the draw, knelt and pressed both palms to the sun-warmed slab. "Between sky, sea, and shadow thrives soil," she murmured, voice low as humming loam. From under her fingers rose a tuft of green barley, no bigger than a fingertip, a symbol that earth itself claimed no sovereign, but accepted every steward who protected root and fruit. Hestia knelt beside her, setting her lantern atop the sprout. Its cinnamon-scented flame cast soft gold across the council ring. "And every hearth shall claim the spaces between our appointed borders," she added, "where travelers rest and tongues remember kindness." Zeus nodded, satisfied. In this calmer partitioning, no realm felt exiled and no domain boasted crown. They were, instead, braided arcs of a single lullaby world, each entrusted to keep the hum alive where others might forget the tune. Formalities dissolved into modest feast. Cyclopes produced honey-studded flatbreads, still sizzling from forge heat. Hecatonchires set out amphorae of spring water chilled by underground streams. Nymphs carried woven baskets of figs, goat cheese, and almonds. As they ate, plans unfurled like napkins, catching breeze. Poseidon proposed a cyclical summit when tides changed handwriting upon beaches. Hades offered passageways, shaded corridors beneath mountains for petitioners whose prayers required privacy. Hera promised to weave a charter of skies, granting eagles, swallows, and storm clouds equal lanes to fly. Demeter set a calendar for inter-realm harvest festivals, while Hestia drew circles in ash, where hearths would one day glow at crossroads. Lighthouses not for ships, but for stories. Throughout, Zeus listened more than he spoke, aware that genuine authority breathes best when accompanied by other voices, each steady in its own key. Late afternoon found them dispersing like petals on warm wind. Poseidon strode downhill toward bays that glittered aquamarine. Every few steps he planted his trident so gently that earth barely registered the dent. Yet springs blossomed at each mark, promising fresh water wherever salt would otherwise overstay its welcome. Hades slipped into shade beneath an ancient beech, leaving behind only a whisper of cool. Violets unfurled where he vanished tiny torches in shadow's care. Hera lifted on an updraft, cloak unfurling into kite shape. High above she traced invisible sigils that would smooth jet streams and persuade lightning to batter fewer mastheads. Demeter lingered longest, sowing barley awns in slow spiral outward from the council stone. By dusk, green shoots had already guessed directions of sunrise. Hestia gathered embers from her lantern, bookmarking them in niches along the trail like punctuation commas of warmth guiding anyone traveling after twilight. Zeus alone remained at the knoll's summit, watching horizon colors surrender to dusk. He removed the thunderbolt harness and laid it across the limestone slab beside the shepherd's staff, two instruments balanced edge to edge like quill and parchment. In the hush he addressed the air, the earth, and the hidden water coursing beneath. "Carry these first divisions gently," he whispered, "lest we calcify what should learn." The staff quivered, sensitive to his sentiment, while thunderbolt cores thrummed with quiet acknowledgment. High above, the star-nascent sky flashed. A single meteor ink flicked from cosmic pen onto night's virgin page signaling universe approval. Zeus exhaled a final long breath, and in that exhale drifted both gratitude and caution. Gratitude for measured hearts that had shaped boundaries without walls. Caution that power, though portioned, could future tilt if memory of hush ever faded. And so ends the day the cosmos divvied its great canvas among siblings who pledged stewardship over dominion, hush over clamor. Feel your own breath mirror their newly braided order. Inhale the feather sky ease, exhale the tide's deliberate return. Inhale the seed's secret dream of spring, exhale the hearth flame's slow golden sigh. Let eyelids fall like dusk over a council ring now deserted, but echoing with promise. In your mind's quiet meadow the limestone slabs remain warm, the lantern's cinnamon glow persists, and a single barley sprout hums lullaby for earth, unafraid of tomorrow's storms. Rest, knowing sky, sea, and shadow once territories of dread, now cradle one another in balanced hush, guiding every dreamer, god or mortal, toward a dawn as calm and spacious as the one that first colored this new-drawn world. They chose their mountain with the same deliberation that had guided the apportioning of realms, not for height alone, but for its poise above converging breezes and its habit of collecting faint stardust at dusk. The peak already bore an ancient name, whispered by shepherds' Olympios, the luminous one, yet its slopes remained largely untraveled, cloaked in pine, fir, and pockets of meadow that opened like surprise pages in a green book. Zeus arrived first, staff swaying at his side, thunderbolt cores slumbering in a leather wrap. He knelt to press knuckles into the loam, listening for annoyance or fatigue. The ground instead offered a low hum, eager to hold weight more permanent than passing hoof. Wind circled, testing new visitor, found only steady breath, and settled against cliff faces in soft accord. Satisfied, Zeus tipped his gaze up to the summit's crag, imagining colonnades brushed by silver clouds, porticos where thunder could rest without scaring doves. Above him a lone eagle traced languid spirals as if endorsing the vision from on high. Within days the siblings gathered. Poseidon arrived in sea chariot drawn by hippocampus, salt mist still wetting his curls. Every droplet that landed on rock dissolved, leaving veins of turquoise quartz like meridians of hidden tide. Demeter climbed switchback trails, scattering barley along the way. Shoots sprouted so quickly they seemed to race her footsteps, laying carpets of green behind her. Hera dismounted as Zephyr, cloak snapping once before folding into stillness. Gusts that had escorted her continued upward, scouting eve heights and arch spans yet unbuilt. Hestia trudged last, hearth flame cradled in bronze petals. Where she paused, the chill thinned, and resinous sap in pine branches warmed until it smelled faintly of honey. Hades did not appear upon the slopes. Instead, his shadow rose quietly from a natural alcove halfway up, greeting the others with nods that merged confidence and courtesy. Cyclopes followed, their forge wagon pulled by oxen bred from starlight and volcanic heat. Sparks trailed the wheels in sleepy choreography. Hecatonchires came least obtrusively for beings of such mass palms, padding dirt in rhythms too widely spaced to jar the mountain's calm. When the assembly ringed Zeus, the wind grew attentive again, eager to learn its new architects. They began with listening. Hera tracked the diurnal course of thermals, marking with her mirror shield the points where columns could harness updraft without funneling excess gale into corridors. Poseidon drummed rock with trident butt, charting resonance pockets for cisterns and fountains. A hollow boom near the northern cliff promised a cavern suitable for echo-fed baths. Demeter knelt at each crevice, testing soil crumb. Terraces, she declared, could cradle citrus orchards as well as barley, ensuring winter's scents even when snow rimed higher crags. Hestia buried thumb-sized coals at cardinal points, listening to how fast they cooled, thus mapping kitchens, hearthrooms, and communal saunas. Hades, his pupils dilated to read seam patterns inside granite, located stable fault lines where foundations would settle rather than creep. The Cyclopes sketched frameworks in the dust. Arch ribs shaped like whale bones, lintels flaring into thunderbolt motifs, windows trimmed in bronze alloy that would tarnish just enough to soften glare. The Hecatonchires assigned arms in teams of 5, each squad specializing 1 for quarrying, 1 for carving, 1 for hoisting, 2 for balance and alignment. Their planning day ended without a single mallet lifted, yet each member felt blueprints flowering behind the eyes like constellations at twilight. Construction commenced at dawn 3 suns later. The delay offered so mountain spirits could ponder what change would mean. When first pick struck stone, a murmurous approval answered from bedrock, turning the echo into a melodic overtone. Hecatonchires carved terraces by scooping handfuls of rubble as easily as bakers level flour. Yet they moved in Tai Chi slowness, placing each boulder rather than tossing, ensuring the slope exhaled rather than groaned. Cyclopes forged on portable anvils, their hammers ringing notes tuned to Hera's wind charts so sound lifted upward, instead of ricocheting. Zeus himself raised the first column, He planted staff at the point where two lay breaths crossed, sent thunderbolt energy curling into quartz veins, and watched as marble dust condensed up the beam, grain aligning like disciplined soldiers, until a pillar 10 arm spans tall stood finished, capital carved by the wind's own chisel. He did not shout triumph. He simply touched the surface, feeling it vibrate faintly, a living reed in an emerging pipe organ. Days folded into weeks, and the mountain silhouette evolved. Poseidon oversaw channeling of meltwater into spiral aqueducts that wrapped terraces in liquid filigree. Small waterfalls now tinkled through herb gardens, cooling forge fires without quenching enthusiasm. Demeter installed hanging orchards on south-facing walls, figs, pomegranates, and trailing grape vines that would intertwine with balustrades, so fruit and architecture matured together. Hestia lit the first great hall's hearth at midnight during the new moon. Flames struck roof beams of cedar and did not smoke, as if even soot understood decorum. Hera directed placement of sky bridges linking towers, each bridge a catenary curve that mirrored rainbows, though it bore load heavier than Hecatonchyre's spare arms. Hades negotiated with cavern spirits beneath, promising they could migrate into unused wine cellars, so their dim glow would guard vintage barrels from thieves or mold. Through all this, Zeus patrolled not as foreman, but as conductor, adjusting tempo thunder here to quick-hardened mortar, breeze there to dry paint of dawn-pigmented plaster, soft rain overnight to settle dust for morning crews. In the third month came a storm that would test the nascent citadel. Clouds barged over ridges, roiling charcoal and violet, trailing curtains of rain dense enough to bruise leaves. Kronos, far below in vine-cooled rest, slept on. This tempest belonged not to his old metronome, but to nature's wild improvisation. Cyclopes secured forge canopies. Hecatonchyre's anchored cranes of living wood. Zeus climbed highest parapet, and rather than repelling lightning, invited bolts into 8 bronze rods, freshly installed stems that rooted through stone into reservoirs Poseidon had filled. Each strike set water glowing sapphire, harmless and cat-calm, discharging into channels that wove beneath new mosaics. The storm exhausted itself by dawn, and when sun peered over eastern rim, it found marble unsplintered, aqueducts singing, vine tendrils glistening, and artisans at breakfast as though thunder had only narrated lullabies. Hera ruled the test a proof of concept, etching a rosy checkmark across a cloud which obligingly drifted away, having served as parchment. With structure secure, attention turned to finishing stories etched into friezes, hush stitched into draperies, acoustic dampers disguised as ivy motifs. Muses arrived in soft droves, drawn by whispers of terrazzo hallways begging for lyric names. Calliope outlined an ode along the grand staircase's rise, each line spaced so readers would ascend in meter. Terpsichore choreographed fountain, jets to mirror pentameter. Clio insisted on an archive wing where recent history Kronos' fear, Zeus' mercy, could be preserved unvarnished. Cyclopes cast bronze doors embossed with episodes of quiet siege, but Hera required that Titan faces be carved calm rather than monstrous, teaching future visitors the nuance of conflict. Demeter sewed herb pockets into tapestry hems, so halls exuded thyme in winter, lavender in summer. Hestia commissioned benches carved from olive trunks that still bled sap. She let it dry as amber rivulets, reminding sitters to respect both comfort and origin. Even Hades contributed, inlaying basalt floor panels flecked with opal, so night visitors could navigate by star spark without torch. At last, the day of habitation arrived. Gods, craftsmen, and woodland neighbors gathered in the great forum, a circular plaza ringed by colonnades whose capitals blossomed into stylized thunderheads and seashell volutes. Hestia ignited the ceremonial brazier. Flames vaulted skyward, then settled into heart-height glow. Hera unfurled a standard woven of cloud silk and grape dye, its emblem a triskelion, thunderbolt, trident, stalk of grain intertwined. Cyclopes rang keen bells forged from leftover rod tips. Their resonance spiraled up towers into ether, inviting starlight to attend. Zeus addressed assembly, voice modulated to carry but never startle. Olympus would be sanctuary for counsel, cradle for creativity, and sentinel for the hush. "We claim no throne upon the world," he pronounced, "but a balcony from which to hear its subtlest sighs." As his last syllable drifted, breeze threaded through archways, scattering petals from Demeter's orchard blossoms into swirling confetti of pink and ivory. Evening's first meal was simpler than fanfare might suggest. Barley stew thick with mushrooms, olives steeped in fennel brine, and fish grilled over cedar coals. The air tasted sweeter than any spice. Laughter crescendoed beneath vaults designed to carry warmth without echo. Hecaton shires showed children of local herdsmen, a game that juggled pebbles along lines of harmonic nodes. Cyclopes played panpipes whose notes coaxed vines to dance minutely, leaves twitching as if tickled. Hera inaugurated Sky Bridge Promenade, strolling with breeze knots undone, so gusts could weave themselves anew. Poseidon offered to teach dolphin whistles by the reflecting pool at dawn. Hades lingered at threshold between golden atrium and twilight lawn, welcoming wanderers disoriented by sublimity, showing them resting nooks where hush could equalize pounding hearts. Through colonnade gaps, stars winked like neighbors leaning over fences to commend new paint. That night, Zeus withdrew to a small balcony, overlooking every light, still glowing forge embers, kitchen hearths, lanterns of late-working scribes. He set thunderbolt harness on railing and leaned staff beside it, content that neither defined him as fiercely as this view, a mountain breathing under shared stewardship, architecture humming chord between stone and cloud. Inside his chest he felt the hush, no longer a fragile silence at mercy of fear, but a resilient ambience able to host laughter, debate, even eventual sorrow without losing harmony. He whispered gratitude to Gaia for the bedrock, to Kronos for the cautionary grid, to Metis for the hinge oil wisdom, and to every raindrop that had chosen nurture over flood. And as he turned toward sleep, a soft breeze, half lullaby, half promise, curled around his shoulders, carrying to you, gentle listener, across ages and pillow folds, the assurance that edifices raised in kindness may tower quietly, yet withstand tempests loud. So let eyelids close beneath your own modest roof. Imagine the colonnades of Olympus rising in dream distance, their marble warm and moss-kissed, their corridors echoing only what your heart still needs to hear before slipping into restorative night. Breathe once for the sky, once for the sea, once for the steady earth, and let the quiet foundations cradle you all the way to dawn. Beneath a night more velvety than ink, Olympus exhaled a contented sigh that drifted across foothills like unseen perfume, settling into cottage chimneys and threading gently through barley stalks bowed in moonlit reverence. The mountains' colonnades, newly baptized in starlight, shimmered faintly, yet preferred to glow inward, lamps tucked behind silken draperies, hearth embers shielded by bronze petals, so that darkness kept its dignity, while illumination whispered only where needed. In this tender equilibrium, Zeus walked the flagstone promenade alone, listening for echoes. He heard none at first, only the hush of pine boughs trading secrets with evening breeze. Yet as he passed the eastern balcony, a faint resonance like harp strings plucked from memory traced the stone, reminding him that architecture once loved begins to hum with those who dwell within it. He paused, hand upon cool marble, and let the vibration climb his arm until it reached his heartbeat, synchronizing pulse to melody. Somewhere deep in his chest a door opened, revealing a corridor of lifetimes yet to come, each framed by the music of this very moment. Far below, the villages that dotted fields and coves answered Olympus's hush with impromptu lullabies. Shepherds draped blankets over lyres to mute evening practice. Fisherfolk moored skiffs at angles that encouraged hulls to tap gentle rhythms against dock pilings. Children, tucked beneath quilts smelling of lavender and soot, recited alphabet rhymes so quietly the syllables floated up the chimney like moths made of vowels. Their peaceful chorus floated skyward until it reached the terraces where Hestia tended lanterns that would guide dreaming souls should they wander beyond pillow edges. She smiled at the town's uncoordinated yet harmonious hymn proof that restful governance had already trickled into daily custom. With a ladle carved from olive heartwood, she dipped cinnamon-scented oil onto the wicks, each droplet sibilant as it kissed the flame. Sparks drifted outward, circled once, then arced over balcony rails to join the lullabies below, forming invisible constellations of reassurance. Demeter, meanwhile, stood on the southern orchard terrace, pruning pomegranate boughs by moonglow. She snipped sparingly, each cut followed by a hushed apology to the branch and a promise of fuller fruit next season. Her shears clicked in measured counterpoint to frogs croaking in irrigation channels Poseidon's aqueducts fed. Each frog note, each snip, became a syllable in a language the valley understood better than decree, a covenant that growth may be guided but never coerced. Upon finishing, she scattered a handful of barley along the parapet for sparrows who would greet dawn, and whispered, "Sow kindness tonight. Harvest calm tomorrow." The seeds slid between stones, where unseen mice nibbled contentedly, a chorus of tiny jaws reminding the goddess that generosity cast wide enough returns as resting hearts rather than trophies. Poseidon, restless without wave roar, fashioned a private meditation along an empty colonnade whose arches framed only stars. With every exhale he summoned a memory of surge, sculpting it into silence undulating folds of air that resembled water, yet made no sound. The exercise steadied his tide-called spirit, teaching that oceans exist, too, in the hush between heartbeats. Satisfied, he sent a single vapor ribbon drifting seaward, carrying a message to dolphins in kelp forests. "Sleep, the sky guards you tonight." Where the ribbon touched surf, bioluminescent plankton sparked cerulean paths that traced shoreline coves like glowing signatures on a housewarming card, assuring beachcombers drowsing in dunes that tides had sworn serenity until sunrise. Hera, seated at her sky observatory, inscribed night's proceedings onto gossamer scrolls, her quill dipped in ink distilled from rainbows captured at twilight. Each stroke celebrated acts of restraint, cyclopes locking forge hammers away after tapping only lullaby chords. Hecatonchires folding 100 arms in meditation, rather than spectacle. The mountain stone choosing to sing quietly from within rather than echo shouts. She titled the parchment First Night of Enduring Balance, then rolled it tight and sealed it not with wax, but with a breath warming the fibers so they fused naturally, symbolizing edicts accepted gladly are sturdier than those enforced. She placed the scroll in an alcove flavored with cedar and rose hips. Confident future eyes would find it scented like home. Deep beneath all this, Hades paced the soft gloom of Olympus's foundation vaults, lantern in hand casting little halos onto basalt walls flecked with opal. Here he inspected slow-beating geodes newly awakened by the city's heartbeat, their crystal hearts pulsing low pulses that would anchor altitude to humility. He touched one cool, trusting, and felt his own internal dusk resonate. From a pocket sewn inside his cloak he withdrew a silver acorn, grown in the underworld's orchards of possibility, and planted it between two stalagmites. The seed chimed once, then split to reveal a tender shoot of shimmering charcoal leaves, a tree that would absorb stray arrogance before it seeped upward. Satisfied, Hades extinguished his lamp. The opal flecks provided enough glow, then climbed toward moonlight, sure the city would sleep safely on such roots. Zeus eventually reached the summit garden, where rosemary hedges formed a spiral maze designed not to confound, but to slow hurried thoughts. At its center stood the rust-tarnished sickle, once wielded by Kronos, now half engulfed by white poppies with scarlet veins. Zeus sat cross-legged before it, thunderbolt harness set aside, and closed his eyes. Memories drifted in, the metallic taste of fear when his father's shadow towered across dawn, the color of Metis's potion swirling moon seed into opal calm, the weightless but unbreakable resolve of his siblings' fingers entwined in silent vow. Each memory uncoiled, then settled at his feet like house cats deciding nap order. He listened further and heard less personal echoes, shepherds exhaling against crook handles, children turning pages by firefly light, cicadas preparing to tuck tiny instruments beneath wings. All of it the hum of living rose into an almost inaudible chord of trust. He opened his eyes, reached forward, and patted the earth around the sickle as one pats a loyal dog, murmuring, "Rest, your sharp days are done." In that instant, a meteor flared overhead, a shard of cosmic nostalgia traversing ink-swelled sky. Its tail deposited a dusting of silver that fell like silent snow across Olympus's terraces and orchard roofs. Each speck dissolved upon contact, bequeathing a soft luminescence that rivaled candlelight, but carried none of fire's hunger. Artisans polishing fresco borders paused to watch. Nymphs fetching dew from morning elixirs stilled their jars mid-air. Even nocturnal owls ceased their soft hoots, dazzled by snowfall made of time's own memory. The silver dust settled briefly on each onlooker's skin, infusing them with a sublime awareness that tranquility, like starlight, travels immense distances to reach its destination, and upon arrival chooses to vanish, trusting those it touched to radiate on its behalf. Gradually, quiet deepened from lullaby into dream. Forge coals doused themselves, fountains slowed to night tempo, and wind tucked itself inside cedar hollows. One by one, deities, giants, nymphs, and craftsmen withdrew to chambers carved with gentleness, their stone thresholds curved to nudge shoulders into relaxed posture as they crossed. Hestia visited each hearth, coaxing embers into just so beds of red until they breathed like sleeping kittens, then sealed doors behind her, leaving a single jasmine petal on every sill. Poseidon took last patrol along parapets, listening for rogue surge. Hearing none, he traced a spiral in the air that smelled of kelp and called seabirds to guard dawn. Hera tied a blue ribbon around her rain ink quill, symbol that no more chronicles were needed tonight. Demeter checked orchard saplings, found each leaf folded peacefully, and whispered, "Grow in grace." Hades, final caretaker, extinguished corridor torchlight one sconce at a time, humming a lullaby whose notes cradled even the corridor stones to rest. Thus ended the first full day under a cosmos divided but not severed, governed, yet not confined. Its echoes rolled outward up through planetary atmospheres, down through worm-tunneled roots, across shimmering seas, and into hearts that had never heard Olympus's name, yet still felt compelled to smile before sleep. And now, gentle listener, those echoes arrive at your pillow, asking only that you breathe them in. Draw the night scent of rosemary, hearth smoke, and distant surf. Exhale any tension Cronus's clocks once inked upon your ribs. Let eyelids descend as silver stardust might quiet, inevitable, kind. Hear in the hush the soft resonance of marble that chose to hum instead of shout, of gods who chose stewardship over rule, of power that chose tenderness over triumph. Then drift, borne by that hum, into dreams where gardens spiral toward dawn, and every stone remembers the lullaby of its own becoming.